difficult time today. He had to avoid the first collision. Now he's been involved in a collision of his own with Chirant Vishwanath.
So Chirant, one of the pretenders to get onto the back of this lead group, is out.
We'll just lose it once again.
Another high side.
And Arsiad, again, I just don't think is able to avoid him.
Gets a clonk on the back of the helmet as that bike spins around. Didn't look too bad in slow motion, but I bet you that didn't feel too good.
Well, the front four way clear. Unaware of what's going on.
Hand up there from Hunter Corney.
Well, there's clearly there's a red flag. There must be oil on the circuit. Corney, as you said, immediately raised up his hand, and well, with all the incidents that we've had where Kim Min Jae went out, Arshad Rusty went out, Chirant Vishwanath went out.
Seems as though all the fallen riders are up.
Okay, we've got one rider being taken away on a stretcher. We'll get you a medical update as soon as we can. The crowd look on. You come for thrills and spills, but obviously you want it to be safe for the racers and safe for the riders. And in the Underbone 150s yesterday, we had a red flag, and that is a seriously damaged bike. That's not going to be doing any more racing today.
Yeah, the high sides as well are a little bit concerning.
So for the second time this weekend, red flag in what we thought were perfect racing conditions, but clearly there's been some kind of a problem.
Yep, we'll wait to hear from race direction when we can restart, but we don't know for sure what caused the red flag. For now, we're assuming it's oil.
Now the marshals,
yeah, clerk of the course and the chief safety officer to the right there, Kwang Ming Heng.
None of those were incidents where there was a coming together of bikes. They were, one was on turn 15, which can be awkward, but the other one looked to be on one of the sweeping turns where you don't normally get problems. So I'm wondering if there was oil on the circuit beforehand. We'll find out. We'll get information as soon as we can. But in the meantime, the engineers will have to work overtime. And Ramdan, Hiroki, Sartak and Luis Miguel, who'd got a long way clear in 1, 2, 3 and 4, they're just going to have to recalibrate their race thinking.
And they're going to have to recalibrate for a very much shorter race too. That was 2 laps completed when the red flag came out. It was scheduled for 6 laps. So it could restart. Shouldn't speculate, but it could restart with just 3 laps.
First red flag I can recall in this TVS One Make Championship ever since it started.
Safety cars going out to inspect what's going on.
This season so far, we were in Buriram. This is round 2 here at Sepang in Buriram. Hiroki Ono, the defending champion, got off to a winning start. He then came P3. Well, there's a lot of debris on the circuit there, isn't there?
Debris and oil. So yeah, the absorbent paper, the absorbent dust material. Some showboating there with the broom skill to one of the marshals.
There was a certain amount of panache there, wasn't there? If you're going to do your job, be the best as you possibly can.
Absolutely. Normally we see this kind of thing in this kind of showing off in Japan, where we'll be next month.
Obviously the clerk of the course has got to just ascertain how much damage there is to the circuit and how much oil has got to be wiped off. And also, we've got to remember that the dust that they use is is not something that we should think is smoke. Yesterday, we saw that the dust was pushed up a couple of times, and it caught you and me out once apiece, thinking that an engine had blown. That wasn't the case.
Yeah, we had just gotten a bit too edgy.
Well, the TBS one makes at the near end of the pit lane. It's a busy old pit lane here at Sepang. We've got the 5 championships ongoing.
And as it stands, just 9 points separating the top 3 in the championship.
On this race, though, Ramdan Rosley getting off to an absolute fly. He's clearly loving being at Sepang. He picked himself up a pole position as fastest qualifier. And he wasn't only fastest qualifier, he was fastest by quite some distance, over a second faster than Hiroki Ono. Ono on P2. Sartak Chavan, once again, consistently good in qualification. He was in P3.
He looks happier than he did
A lot
yesterday
happier
after
than
the
he did
race.
yesterday, yes.
Well, that's good to see.
Yes.
That means he thinks he can win.
How do the guys keep their hair looking so good under the helmets? I know if I put a helmet on here, the sweat is pouring off me inside seconds.
You should have, yeah, you should have some sponsors from the hair products companies, I think.
Ramdan looking very cool in the circumstances. We're still waiting information from race control as to what the damage is on the circuit.
Yep, and there you see Hunter Corney with his coach, none other than the Sultan of Slide himself, Gary McCoy, the great GP racer from the late 90s and early 2000s. Fantastic to see him in the ARRC paddock.
And what experience for Corney as well. If you're going to lean on somebody like that.
Yeah, family friend and now mentor. One of the nicest guys you could ever run into.
As the circuit is just being repaired, I think that's the only part of the circuit that it's impacted. We're just going to go for a short commercial break. When we come back, we hopefully will have news of the restart and the number of laps that we will be under for the first race of day 2 of the ARRC event here at the Sepang International Circuit. Don't go too far away. We'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time. TVS One Make Championship just being stopped for a red flag after some oil was spilled on the circuit here at the Sepang International Circuit. This is the first race of 5 for today. And as you can see, the marshals are clearing up. And when we resume, it'll be a short race, possibly 3, maybe 2 laps. As the marshals just try to get the message over to the riders in the TVS One Make Championship, all at this near end of the pit lane.
Yeah, so quick restart will be pretty easy, but intense discussions going on there. Intense work to clear up the track going on outside. And interesting to see they're using blowers to work in the absorbent material rather than the traditional brushes. So hopefully that will save them some time. Number 1, number 2 bikes there of Hiroki Ono and Ramdan Rosli, number 1 and number 2 in the championship.
Well, wherever you're watching from around the world, this is, we hope, a short break. Coming up later on today, we've got the fun and games of the Underbone 150cc's. Okay, the Pigs Exit Lane will be open in 6 minutes' time, and there'll be a quick start procedure, so they'll warm up. They'll very quickly get themselves onto a warm-up lap, and then we will have a new 4-lap race. So in many ways, that's good. That's as much as you can expect. It's a 6-lap race originally, reduced down to 4. If it goes down to 3 or 2, it becomes a little bit of a lottery.
Yeah. And so quick start procedure means they go out on a sighting lap, they stop briefly, then they go for a warm-up lap, and they come back and they go for the race.
Those engineers are, well, for the most part, let's just give you a reminder of why there is a red flag and why we do have a 5-minute wait just before we resume the race for 4 laps. The incidents took place on the second lap. There had been one earlier on where, well, this is the moment, and it's number 4, Chirant Vishwanath, goes up and over, and that just leaves a whole lot of oil on the circuit. And Arshad Rusty, following through, is unable to avoid Chiranth. And Chiranth is, well, he's walking away, and Arshad goes flying over the top. And it looks pretty bad for the Singaporean. He's tumbled and tumbled. What we can tell you, what we can confirm, we've had a medical update. Battered and bruised, but okay, is the medical updates for both Arshad Rusty and Chirant Vishwanath.
That's right, but they will not be making it for sure for the restart. 4 minutes till the pit lane opens, so it's all quiet now. But yeah, alarming accidents.
Poor old Arshad, it just avoided one crash and then is unable to get out the way of Chiranth.
It's so difficult.
On the deck.
Yeah, when a bike crashes in front of you and it's going all over the place. The only thing you can really do is aim at it on the basis that it will move at some point, but you really don't know.
Arshad Rusty, 2 P9s and a P12 so far this season. He's come back in after missing the 2024 campaign. And I mean, riders, they love the involvement. It is an occupational hazard, though, that accidents will happen. He'll be battered and bruised, but hopefully none the worse for that incident that he's just been involved with.
Yeah, Arshad qualified 11th, 225.6. That compares with Ramdan's pole time of 220.784.
Ramdan was so quick. I mean,
yeah.
And we saw as well at, yesterday and today in the 2 laps that we did have, he was off to a fearsome pace.
Yeah, Ramdan in qualifying terms was 1.1 seconds quicker than Hiroki Ono.
All riders okay, just confirming. And that includes the other incident that we had on turn 15, which I think was Kim Min-jae, tumbled out. The riders are okay. The bikes took a bit of a battering.
Yeah, sitting there in numerical order, just looking through there at Hiroki Ono in that beautifully decorated helmet.
As you say, he looks a lot happier today than he did yesterday, despite the scare that went on behind him.
Yeah, separated there by, sorry Des, by a table and a toolbox to avoid eye contact, because there will be some resentment. How dare Ramdan win yesterday?
There was a pit work earlier on, and I was just hanging around the TVS garage, just wondering if the riders were going to be there, if there was any tension in the air, because there was tension in the air yesterday. Ramdan is looking to use up Hiroki Ono's crown. These are two experienced racers. Ono's had a fabulous career and has bossed this, but Ramdan Rosley, although he's only third in the championship, has got himself a couple of podiums, including one win already this season.
Yeah, a win, second, fifth. Good start to the season. So let's just look at how close those standings are while we're waiting for pit lane to open.
Ono 61 points, 5 clear. Ono a first, second and third so far this season. Behind him Ramdan Rosley, who's had a first, second and fifth, and Sartak Javan, who's had 3 podiums, including 1 win and 2 thirds. Down below them, the also runners are Ate Kangea, you know him from Thailand, Chiran Vishwanatho, 2 Indian racers in the top 5, Luis Miguel, the young Spaniard, Hunter Corney, the very young Australian, and Kim Min-jae, also a young Korean as well. So we've got, I do like this mix we've got between experienced racers like Ono and Ramdan and the younger next generation coming through.
Yeah, and good to see the variety of national flags there too.
Well, we've always had that here in this one make series. Ono leads the way, leads the championship, but is under pressure.
And this is going to be intense. The original race was slated for 6 laps. This restarted race is going to be for 4. And we had done about 2.5 when the red flag came out. And notably, Luis Miguel was getting faster and faster. So let's see if he can stay with those front 3 and who else can get amongst it. It won't be Chiran, obviously.
That's a point. We just need to double confirm who is and who isn't starting. 13, Leandro Paredes is out there. The ones we expect not to be out there. I wonder if Kim Min-jae was able to recover after his tumble at the end of lap number 2. Kim Min-jae, bike number 6. If he's out there, I'd be surprised. And I didn't see him coming through. Bike number 9 is Hunter Corney, who raised his arm to tell us and alert us. Rendi comes through, the Indonesian. Not really been able to make an impact on the championship so far. 11th, 11th, 11th.
An acclaimed underbone racer in Indonesia, so hopefully he will get used to riding these tanked machines.
Identical machines, the TVS Apache RR310s. Could tweak them a little bit, but not an awful lot. It is very much about rider quality.
Yeah, engine management is by the A-Racer ECUs, but the riders can adjust them. So there's a little bit of tuning there that can be done.
So 9 out on the circuit. Out of the original 14.
So points for all finishes guaranteed. Safety car pulls out of that slip road. So you come up and the safety car will go to the back of the grid.
Right, so there is Ono, who normally likes just to slot in very late into his position. But this is a restart. This will be a quick start. That's their Saito lap.
I think that's Warapong in there, helping his riders in. He was the racer, project leader. Now he's test rider and project leader.
It's a much, much smaller grid now. There were 14. Now we're down to just the 9 on this formation lap. The big 3 are there. The big 3 in terms of the championship standings: Hiroki Ono, Sartak Chavan, Ramdan Rosley. Ate Kange is there. Hunter Corney's there. So Kim Min Jae is a non-starter second time round. Alshad Rusty and Kanatat, who actually didn't start the first race, not part of the equation either.
Yeah, Kanatat had a really rough start to this championship. Lots of crashes. Not sure what the issue is with him, because we know he's a talented racer. Anyway, he's not in the picture now, unfortunately. The oil flag is being waved, just to remind everybody, as if they need it, that they're about to go through a load of absorbent material that's going to kick up dust. There
right
it is.
There.
Right over the crest.
That's the same point on the circuit as yesterday, isn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah. I think it was, yeah. That happened in the Underbone race, of course, yesterday. Championship leader Fahmi Bassam. We'll be seeing later. Safety car comes along behind.
Ramdan Rosley, bike number 2. Can he continue the excellent work that he showed in race number 1? But Ono, has he found a little bit of speed? Has he made a little tweak of some description? Going through is Paredes, the young Filipino.
17 going through is Nixon Frost. He goes on to Corney. And Ati Kange, the number 5.
Not so much Ati Kange, but it's great to get the Antipodean interest in the ARRC.
It certainly is.
Nixon Frost from New Zealand, Hunter Corney from Australia. Once again, Ono extravagantly making sure these tyres are nice and warm. Didn't work for him so much in the first race.
Yeah. Knee down tyre warming. It's more difficult than it looks. Well, that he's making it look anyway.
I can guarantee that's not the line he'll take in the race. A little less extravagant is Ramdan Rosley, race winner yesterday. 4 times he's been first in this competition since he joined 3 seasons ago.
Cool, experienced head, and he has to find a way once again to keep back Hiroki Ono and loosen his grip on this series.
So Ramdan, on the left of your picture, comes into his position late. So does Hiroki Ono. Just 9 on the grid for this restart. It's a 4-lap restart. Red lights are off. We are underway once again. Again, Ramdan heads over towards the pit lane. He takes Hiroki Ono with him. That was a severe adjustment of direction for Ramdan. I now expect him to pull out just to try to get the right line coming into turn number 1. And this time, it's Ono who takes the lead ahead of Ramdan. Didn't work second time round.
Ramdan's going to try and grab the inside line into turn 2, but Hiroki Ono's got it covered. That was a really aggressive start from Ramdan, but it didn't quite work out. He's got 4 laps to sort it out. Let's see what Hiroki Ono can do at the front. We saw him smiling earlier on.
Ramdan goes through on the inside. but can't get the better of Ono, using the full width of this wide circle.
Now P3, Sartak Chavan behind him.
As they kick up the dust. These were the 4 who got away in the first race, and these 4 are the clear class leaders of this TVS Asia One Make Championship so far this year. Let's see if Luis Miguel can improve race on race. He's just edged himself ahead of the young Indian Sartak Chavan. Ahead of them though, well, it's the Malaysian Ramdan who is leading the way for now, and now he isn't. Ono comes through as they go up the hill at turn number 9. Behind them, Ate Kangia desperately trying to hold on, but here's once again a torrid pace being set by the front 2.
Yeah, that gap starting to show already. Halfway around the first lap. Oh, here comes Ramdan Rosley. There is some edge here, especially between these 2.
Sartak Chavan's got inside of Luis Miguel, who once again is desperately trying to cling on to the back end of this front 3. Behind them, Rendi is leading the second group of racers. But at the front, Ono has the lead, and he goes wide, wide, wide. Ramdan decides to come onto the grandstand side of the circuit. Gosh, they are using the full width of the track. It'll be Ono who is in there, and Luis Miguel goes through on the inside, but is then pushed wide, but able to hold on. And at the end of the first of this 4-lap restarted race, it's Ono who leads the way from Luis Miguel.
Ramdan looking aggressive. He wants to go into turn 1 in at least second place. He's going to make it.
Lots of interchanging of places between these top 4.
Yeah, and good, as we've been hoping, expecting Luis Miguel to make his presence felt in this top group.
He's in the white helmet, Sartak Chavan in the black, just behind them. No Chirant Vishwanath, of course, in this restarted race. And then a little group of 3 behind them, which is Ate Kangia, Rendi and Hunter Corney. Paredes and Nixon Frost have been left just a little bit. So we're split into 3 groups as they kick up the dust.
Ooh, or is there a breakaway at the front? Let's just see. Ramdan Rosley is absolutely laser focused on the bike in front of him, ridden by Hiroki Ono.
Ramdan was fast through sector 2, and he's taken the lead once again. Is that 5 changes of lead that we've had already in these 2 laps, or 1.5 laps?
Surely is, yeah.
Well, looks like we're about to get another, because Hiroki Ono looks on the inside. They come up the hill, 9, and then this long right-hander, deceptively long right-hander. Always going uphill as well.
Gap disappearing back to P3, which is Sartak currently. Luis Miguel just drops back a little bit. There's much time in this race.
As a neutral, you shouldn't be rooting for somebody, but you want Luis Miguel just to hold on to the tail end of these front 3.
Well, I would defend that, and I'd say it's neutral because we want a really good competition, a really good spectacle here.
As they come down the back straight. There are 2 long straights that finish this Sepang International Circuit course. It is Ramdan Rosley, who's been down this back straight numerous times in his career. Ono decides to take the tight line. It's so difficult to hold that line, but he's managed to do so, Hiroki Ono. And Ono, he
Perfect.
Absolutely perfect. And these 2 are breaking away. They were 1 and 2 yesterday. Use of the slipstream from Ramdan, nips out.
Yeah, Hiroki Ono stuck to him like glue and looking for the inside line into turn 1. Sartak watching just a couple of bike lengths further back.
Sartak will be hoping that those 2 continue to duel, because if they're dueling, just enables him to get a little bit closer. But at the moment there's what, a good 20 meters between P2 and P3. The gap is 0.6 of a second between 2 and 3, and a further 0.6 between 3 and 4, and then a long way down, best part of 3.5 seconds down to Rendi in P5. Again, the dust is kicked up. Ono leans into the corner, and A mistake there by Ramdan Rosli, and Ono's just been able to take a bit of a lead over the Malaysian.
Yeah, Ramdan was trying to come up the inside of Hiroki Ono, but it didn't work out. He got a little bit out of shape. Now he's trying to desperately make up the ground, and I think he's made it.
Certainly has, but oh, and Ono has a wobble that he manages to correct and still holds on to P1. These two are giving it their all. As you say, there's a little bit of... Was that the hand of apology there from Ono?
I doubt it. I don't know what that meant. Perhaps that will become apparent. Or exasperation. Who knows? But Ramdan knows what he wants from this race.
Again, aggression from Ramdan, trying to go on the outside. That doesn't work. Ono, a lovely line through. Nice and tight. This is the penultimate lap. Ono leads as they come down the back straight. When do they head down to the grandstand?
And this is nice work by Sartak Chavan as well. Quietly, we're not used to seeing him have a quiet race, but he's making a really smart job of this one.
Ono leads. Ramdan just tries to get a kick out, a drive out. So this is the rehearsal, one more lap to go. If we're like this at the end of the next lap, it is a victory for Hiroki Ono. It'll be his second of the season. Let's not count out Luis Miguel. Number 8, he's a little bit adrift. He's 6 cents down on P3. But as these three are battling for the top 3 places, Luis Miguel might be able to get a little bit closer.
This is good work by Hiroki Ono in the face of the aggression being shown to him by the rider behind, the determination of Ramdan Rosli. Sartak waiting behind, Luis Miguel just hanging on to these riders. It's a proper 4-way battle, as we will see as we come down between turns 14 and 15.
Again, the dust is kicked up again, just trying to slingshot around this corner. Ramdan Rosli, this is where he made the mistake a couple of laps back, and he's not been able to recover since then. It's still Ono who leads the way. Bike number 1, red helmet, Ramdan. There won't be many opportunities for him to get close. Obviously, you'll be looking for slipstream and a pull down the penultimate straight.
Field splits and then comes back together again. So Hiroki Ono leads them, and he gets out of shape.
He does, way out of shape.
Space on the track.
Able to recover, but it was a slight error. And look at that, Luis Miguel through on the inside into P3 in the white helmet. Ono still leads, but it's a tentative lead. Ramdan hunkers down, low to the ground as they shift into this right-hand side. Now then, this will be the deciding straight. What kind of shape do you get coming into this final long haul down to the final turn?
Any one of 4 of these riders could make it. Let's see who has the best plan.
They hog the grandstand. Ramdan goes on the inside of Ono. Is he going to try and hold it tight? Ramdan and Ono slightly tighter, going round the outside is Luis Miguel. Ono has lost it, gone so wide, and Luis Miguel is going to come through, and the Spaniard is en route for a debut victory. The Spaniard Luis Miguel takes the victory ahead of Ramdan Rosli, Sartak Chavan in 3, and P4 Hiroki Ono.
Hiroki Ono pushed off the podium, but what a good move. We just saw a little hint of it from Luis Miguel as they came into the final 3 turns. He was really quick through that final sector, and he made it work. As Hiroki Ono's plan didn't work, he got out of shape, effectively taking himself off the podium. But we have a new nationality, a new flag to raise above the podium.
Wow. Well, we didn't count him out. He was never in the lead until the final corner. But he hung in there on the back of Sartak, and then he made his move on the final lap. And as you say, it's a new name. I think Ramdan and Hiroki were so intent on looking at each other, they ignored Luis Miguel in 4th place. So Luis Miguel takes it 4 hundredths of a second from Ramdan Rosli Sartak Chaban 2/10 down. Hiroki Ono, who made that mistake, a rare mistake for him, down in 4th. Hunter Corney for Australia in P5 ahead of Rendi and Ate Kandia. Leandro Paredes coming up in P8 a little bit further down. He won his individual battle with Nixon Frost from New Zealand.
And good for the championship as well, Des.
That was a lot of fun.
You're the numbers man, but at a guess, I would say this is good news for Ramdan Rosley.
By 2 points, he leads the title race by 2 points from Hiroki Ono, who's a point clear of Sartak Chaban. But we have a new race winner, and Luis Miguel, 2 DNFs in Buriram, a P4 on race 1 and a P1 today. That's an upward trajectory.
Yep, Luis Miguel has entered the chat.
Indeed, very, very good. So our excitement when we learned that he was coming on board is justified.
Yes, it is. Hunter Corney improving, 9 seconds down, but in P4.
Best result for Hunter Corney. He's had 2 P6s, a P8 and now a P4, so his trajectory is upwards as well, which for the younger riders is exactly what you're after.
And just imagine coming to this Sepang International Circuit at the age of 14. Incredible job from Hunter Corney and whoever might be in the Corney corner. Of course, I'm referring to the great Gary McCoy. But delight for Luis Miguel, delight for Spain. If you're watching in Spain, thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, I was trying to dig out my Spanish and there was none. So, apologies.
Yeah, we can practice before next time. But there it is, a new winner, a new nationality on the podium in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So we have Spain, Malaysia, India, Japan, Australia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, New Zealand. Not one single duplicate nationality among those 9 starters. How about that?
I'm keen to see how Luis Miguel looks. Borapong Malawan right there. Spanish flag at the ready. Brand new, taken out of the wrapping paper. And there is the young fella. Well done.
Looks very much like that could be Mum. Brilliant. Let's have another look at that.
Highlights of an historic race number 2 in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. It was truncated. There was a red flag early on after 2 laps of the initial race, which was really being dominated by Ramdan Rosley with Hiroki Ono behind them and Sartak Chaban and Luis Miguel also in a leading pack. But there were a couple of major incidents in which we saw Kim Min Jae crash out. And we saw a very nasty accident also that saw Arshad Rusty involved and Chiran Vishwanath involved as well.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Chiran, one of the riders chasing there, you saw that's the crash for Kim Min Jae, the Korean. Arshad Rusty just getting around there and missing it.
And then the second crash, which will come up in just a second, caused a red flag and the delay for about 15 minutes. That's Arshad Rusty going over the top of Chiran Vishwanath's machine. Delighted to tell you all 3 riders recovered, battered and bruised, but recovered. But he meant to restart, and in the restart, for a long time, Barry, it looked like we were going to be talking just about Ramdan Rosley and just about Hiroki Ono, because these 2 bikes numbers 1 and 2 at the front there. Ramdan, bike number 2 on pole, winner yesterday. They were dominating things.
Yeah, number 3 Sartak and number 8 Luis Miguel stayed there within striking distance all the time, and we just thought as they got on to the last lap and as they came through turn 14, oh, look at that moment there for Hiroki Ono, another little clash with him, and fair to say these are arch rivals now, so we've got a little bit of edge, and that's the frustrated hand up from Hiroki Ono.
But it's the man in the white helmet who we've really got to be looking at, because he seems out of contention here, Luis Miguel. bike number 8, but he's ridden conservatively. He's had to work hard to stay on the back of Sartak Chaban. But then as they come into the final straight, or the penultimate straight I should call it, into turn 15, in here we're just looking at Ramdan and Hiroki Ono, and he takes the long way round and then a cutback as Ono makes a rare misjudgment, and he's able to get the drive out and go through for his inaugural win. The first Spaniard to win on the Asia Road Racing Championships, and a welcome new name on the leaderboard of this TVS Asia One Make Championship.
And for somebody here at Sepang for the first time, that line he took through the final turn was something to behold.
Quick learner. Sartak Chaban. This is his third P3 of the season.
Place from Malaysia,
Had to one win.
Another podium for Sartak Chaban. He hasn't been off the podium yet.
Race winner from Spain, Luis Miguel.
In second place, Ramdan Rosley, who's not quite as pleased as yesterday, but nonetheless impressive for him. He goes to the top of the championship standings, and Ramdan is beaten by Spain's Luis Miguel, which means we're going to hear for the first time the Spanish national anthem.
Now to present the third prize award, we would like to invite Mr. Vodapong Malawan, rider coach and R&D test rider for TVS Racing, to the podium. In third place, from India, Sartak Chaban. And now to present the second and first prize trophies, we would like to invite Mr. Chow Chan Chokchiwat, technical consultant for TVS Racing, to the podium. In second place, from Malaysia, Muhammad Ramdan Rosli. In first place, from Spain, Luis Miguel. And now we'd like to invite Mr. Vodapong Malawan and Mr. Chow Chan Chokchiwat to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the TVS Asia One Make Championship.
Luis Miguel, the winner for the first time after 2 DNFs as well in Buriram. It's been a good weekend for him.
Fantastic to see. This championship's been running since 1996, 29 years, and that's our first Spanish winner. And look at the championship table, Des.
Ramdan Rosley 76 points, 2 clear of Hiroki Ono on 74. Sartak Chaban 8 points down on 68 points. Beyond them, Luis Miguel on 54. Atir Kanga 44. Hunter Corney 39. Chirant Vishwanath on 31. And Rendi accumulated 25 points over the first 4 races of this campaign. Okay, so slightly later than advertised due to the red flag in the first TVS Asia One Make Championship event, we move our attentions next to the Underbone 150cc's. That's the next race up here on the Asia Road Racing Championships from the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia.
All right, Luis, first of all, big congratulations to you. It was a bizarre race with the restart, but an excellent ride from you. You've adapted so quickly to the TVS machines. Can you tell us about that race?
Yeah, the incredible race for me. I have a good start. And in the third lap, I am like 1 second to the first group. and in the last lap, I catch them, and in the last corner, I pass Random and Hiroki, and well, I win, and I don't have words.
Thank you so much, Luis. Big congratulations to you.
He may not have the words, but I tell you what, he had the performance, a first victory for a Spanish racer on the ARRC. We're going for the short break now. After the break, we move to the Underbone 150cc from the Sepang International Circuit.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated.
A very warm welcome to the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships 2025, live from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, just a little bit to the south of Kuala Lumpur, the capital of Malaysia. It is round 2 of 6 for this season. It's race 2 of 2 for the weekend. Conditions absolutely perfect. Beautiful blue skies, cloudless, 33 degrees centigrade. It's somewhere to enjoy racing and get a little bit of a suntan as well, if you are that way inclined. And that is the iconic venue that we are at. Barry Russell alongside me, Des Corkill, and we're going to be focusing next on the Underbone 150cc. Race 1 took place yesterday. Let's have a look at the highlights of what took place. Race 1 had local favourite Akid Aziz on pole position alongside his teammate, the Big Spike Superfast GRT racer Ahmed Afif Amran. And they were there or thereabouts, as was Najul Izzat Bahouddin, in a race that would need to be restarted after a couple of incidents by Russell. There would be a red flag. It wasn't that incident that caused the problem. It was this one with Fahmi Bassam.
It was this one, yeah. Very nasty looking one. But the oil filter cracked on the right side of that machine, that Yamaha, and spilled oil on the track. This is the restart.
It was a 4-lap race. Najul Izzat Bahouddin, once again, 2023 winner, a local, made his way to the front. And once again, there will be 1 or 2 incidents on by camera, catching very much Mohamed Febriansa of Team One for all falling off. It was the Race Tech 60 riders who we rather enjoyed.
Yeah, they were at or near the front of the group there, as we see another rider go down. I think that was That was Shamil Amshar. There is Shafiq Rasool, who lost most of his bodywork during the course of this race.
One person we've not really seen though is bike number 143, Husni Zainal Fauzi. Now Husni Zainal won race number 1 in Buriram, and he kept himself nicely in the pack. 1 or 2 moments there for Charles Chazras, who was involved in the incident that caused the red flag and got himself back up on the bike. But keep an eye out for Aditya Fauzi, bike 177, but also bike 143, Husni Zainal. He really came from nowhere in a race that's had a lot of attrition.
Yeah, and that was Fazrul Sham bumping out on the last lap. Unfortunate for the veteran.
Gupita Krishna also crashing out as well, which means that he will miss the day's race, and that left the pace clear for Husni Zainal Fauzi to come through and take his 2nd win in 3 races. You add a P4 to that as well, and the Indonesian racer on the Yamaha is a clear leader in the overall championship standings, ahead of Afif Amran and Akid Aziz.
Proving to be a brilliant strategist, Husni Zainal Fauzi. And this is such a long circuit for the Underbone 150s, slipstreaming so important. There, with the absence of Gupita Krishna, there are 28 starters this afternoon for race 2, and it's going to be another absolute cracker.
I think we can go down to have our first meeting with Daniel Bogas, who is our pit reporter and also the MC for today. He is down on the grid to get some pre-race thoughts.
So it's nice and toasty on the grid here for the Underbone 150s. The track temperatures are looking about 49, 50 degrees Celsius at a peak over at Cell's special temperature device. But we're going to have a chat with a few of the riders, and we're going to talk to the first one here on the front row. It's Fahmi Bassam. I'm going to chat with Fahmi about the incident yesterday and what he thought of it. Let's see, Fahmi, insiden yang kurang beruntung kemarin untuk Fahmi. Bisa Fahmi ceritakan apa yang menyebabkan kejadian di turn 4?
Insiden di race 1 kemarin, saya terkena di depan saya slide, mental ke motor saya, jadi saya terjatuh dan oli saya tumpah karena kena grapple baknya. Untuk race kali ini semoga bisa jadi yang terbaik, amin.
Terima kasih Fahmi, good luck. So he's saying that the front of him was sliding and he lost it going into turn 4, and that caused a crash, and of course the oil spill after that caused an even bigger issue for him, and he wasn't able to continue on forward. So we're going to give a quick few words. The grid procedures are a bit quicker right now for the Underbones. We're going to have a chat with Wahyu Aji, who had a fantastic 2nd place finish. I'm going to try sneak a chat with Wahyu. I'm going to go on the right side of him. So Wahyu, hasil yang luar biasa untuk Wahyu kemarin di balapan yang sulit seperti biasanya di sini. Tapi cuaca hari ini lebih panas. Apakah yang akan lebih sulit hari ini?
Ya, untuk strategi race 2 ini saya akan manage mesin saya karena memang cuacanya saat ini sangat panas. Mudah-mudahan di race 2 ini saya bisa memberikan hasil yang terbaik dan diberikan rezeki sama Allah.
Terima kasih Wahyu. So what I asked him was, it's a different condition today, it's hotter, so what's he expecting? And he said he's going to try and give the best result. Of course, yesterday was a great result for him. I'm going to try to sneak a chat with Nazrul Aliza at homeboy on the grid. So, Ayoy, today is a really hot day for the Underbone 150s. Are you going to deliver a special one for the home crowd today?
Saya cuba buat yang terbaik pada race kali ini dan saya fokus. Saya harap saya dapat naiki podium.
So what he said was he's going to try to do the best he can. He's going to keep focused and he's going to hope to give the best. Back to you, Desmond Barry.
Thank you very much with the translations, Daniel Bogas. Very helpful when you've got Malaysian and Indonesian riders on the circuit, and good information as well. Nazrul Izzat is on P8 on the grid after Superpole. Wahyu Aji Chilaksana on P7 after Superpole. Akid Aziz and Ahmad Afif Amran teammates are 1 and 2 respectively. Fahmi Bassam, what do you think the crash yesterday will have done to the mindset for Fahmi Bassam?
I think, well, he's the defending champion, so I predict he's just going to come back, put it behind him and go. That will sting a little bit, that he perhaps should have thought about the risk of leaking oil after crashing out on the right side, but let's see.
Here is the grid. Akid Aziz and Ahmed Afif Amran, teammates for Pittsburgh Superfast JRT Racing. Fahmi Bassam from the Yamaha LFN HP 969 racing team.
And on row 2, qualifying 4th, yesterday's race winner, Husni Zainal Fauzi. Next to him, Shawar Shazras, who attracts drama wherever he goes, so this afternoon will be no exception. Dimash Juliet at Moco crashed yesterday.
Wayu Ajujalexana, yesterday second for Racetech 60 Racing. 2023 champion Nazrul Izzat Mohamed Baroudin for Uma Racing Yamaha. April King Moscado, the best of the Philippines, in P9 on bike 43.
And Aditya Fauzi on row 4 for JPNW SND on a Honda this year. Amrul Arif Musa for Maestro NWN starts 11th, and 12th Shamil Amshar Effendi for Cardinals Factory Racing.
Nadib Arsyad Hissam for Uma Racing Yamaha on P13 ahead of Ahmed Fazrul Sham, who crashed out yesterday on the Cardinals Factory Yamaha, and Idil Fitri Mahadi for RCB Yamaha YY Pang Racing Team in P15.
Another fast Filipino starts 16th on row 6, John Emerson Ngito for 4S1N Evo Yamaha. Dawisi Ahmad Sahia starts next to him, and starting 18th, the sole tie rider in this championship, Pirapong Louis Boon Peng, Team One for All.
Shafi Grassol for TKKR Rapido Estremo Superfast Racing Team, who had an accident yesterday. He's in P19. Hafiz Farrell Rashyadin for 4S1M Evo Yamaha in P20. And Arwin Sanjaya down in P21 for today.
And starting 22nd for Team One for All, Mohamed Fabriancia. Next to him, Kiki Sudaman Manurung for JPNW SND, and Faiz Zekri Savri for KM plus AHM Sports.
And then the final four, Tenku Amrul Haparudin for Vosges AS25 Racing alongside Masato Fernando, the veteran Filipino for Kobe Sek Yamaha, Ian J. Sobretodo, hoping for a better position today than he had yesterday.
Yep, and rounding out the grid was
Afizi Supat.
Afizi Supat. Thank you, Des.
Apologies for that. So it's a big grid, 28 out there. As you can imagine, it can get very, very congested. And the slipstream on the long back straight, so important at Sepang, particularly, I think, on these machines.
Yeah, Daniel described the weather conditions as toasty,
yes,
on the grid. He also said that the track temperature was around 51 degrees. On Friday, when the track was 51 degrees, Sal Khan from Dunlop described the track condition as greasy. So probably these riders have got less grip to deal with than they had yesterday.
Some toasty and greasy, technical terms.
Sounds like an English breakfast, doesn't it?
This is the back straight that will be so important. See how wide it is. You can expect at least 2 different lines being taken. 6 laps of the circuit the racers will have to do. And you can see there's some exaggerated warming up of the tyres. Get as much heat into those tyres as you possibly can. Try to get off to as good a start as possible. Akid Aziz, Afif Amran, Nazrul Izzat are the home favourites, if you're allowed favourites here. But Husni Zainal showed yesterday, and the defending champion, Fahmi Bassam, are desperate to make a difference. Gosh, Husni, he's in position early.
Yeah, what a tactician he is as well. Absolutely brilliant racing from him. 2 wins so far.
I'm assuming Husni did the formation lap and didn't just stay there.
Well, that'll be one problem out of the way for the guy who finished second yesterday, Mayuaji, but yeah, he just couldn't wait to get to the start line. Husni leads the second row.
Akid Aziz on the front row to the right of your picture in the white helmet. Let's see what kind of a start he can get alongside Ahmed Afif Amran and Fahmi Bassam, bike 222. There is Husni. Six laps of the circuit. Race 4 of the ARRC Underbone 150 is a go. Getting off to a decent start are both of the local riders. Idemitsu FIM just looks like he's taken the lead there. Fahmi Bassam tucked in very, very nicely. Everybody away safely. Oh no, not everybody away safely. Is that 83? No, that's not the best result. Ooh, and Idemitsu, we've got an incident very, very early on, and everybody goes around.
That was right in the middle of the track, that long, long crash for Amiral Arif Musa. That was nasty, but everybody avoided it.
That's remarkable. So congested. I suppose in such congestion, you're very, very aware that something might go wrong, and Amiral Arif Musa can be very, very grateful that everybody has avoided him. That his race is done. And up for the front, Akid is still involved. 43 is April King Moscato on the Uma Yamaha Philippines racing team.
Yeah, April King due a good result. He's looked quite strong. He was very good in qualifying before Super Bowl yesterday. JPNW's Tifan Ran going through there at the front, and there's just a few bike lengths at the back of this group between Racetech 60's two riders.
Akid Aziz leads going up the hill. And he takes his bike colleague with him, Idemitsu FIM.
Another clash there.
That's one of the Racetech riders.
That's Dimas Juliet Moko, who didn't finish yesterday. He crashed on the final turn.
That looked like a mechanical problem as well. He stood up very, very quickly. Let's just hope that there's no oil being left on the track. That's something that we've had a little bit too much of this weekend.
Yeah, it's mechanical. But at the front is it's like super fast racers being split by April King Moscato, where it was last time we looked.
There's the different lines that you've got, and they're two pit bike boys, two different lines completely. And then you come across the circuit and coming through. Yesterday's race winner is there as well, as is Charles Shazas.
As is Nazarul Izzat.
So many of the big boys are in contention as we come through at the end of lap number 1. Akid Aziz, bike 13, Charles Shazras 61. They go through. Shazras it is who leads, and Husni, who didn't really show until the latter stages in yesterday's race. He's got himself right up at the top with April King Moscato and Nazrul Izzat and Fahmi Bassam. Big names up at the top, including John Emerson Agito and Waiwaji Chilixana.
Yeah, everyone a race winner as far as I can recall. So let's take a look at the first turn and what went down there. There you can see all kinds of things going wrong there.
Well, I think he saw that there was a problem for the Cardinals Racing rider in front of him and tried to get out of the way, and it didn't come off right.
Yeah, the Shamil Amshad that got out of shape there.
Fahmi Bassam leads. Right behind him, bike 16. To love these underbones. It's a buzz as they go past us in the commentary area. And so many changes of lead.
Adim Arshad showing there at the front for Uma Racing.
And Akid again retains his place up at the front. Also showing for the first time John Emerson in Quito. That's not the racing line you meant to take. On the black stuff, please. Makes life a lot easier.
Nazarul giving chase at the moment. Too much for the onboard camera that was, but back in the middle of this pack is yesterday's P2 finisher Waiwaji Trelixana for Racetech 60 on that bright high-vis yellow Yamaha.
Come down the back straight for the second time.
What a sight this is. This is one of the greatest sights in two-wheel motorsport. in my completely unbiased opinion, Des.
Natural Izzat Bahudin has a look on the front, and once again Husni is there, Fahmi Bassam is there, but it's the pit bike that takes us around the corner first. That iconic turn 15 here at Sepang. Ahmed Famram is the leader, or was the leader, until Fahmi Bassam goes through in P1, and then a completely different line by Husni Zainal.
Yeah, that was really interesting. I think he was practicing slipstreaming, pulling out of the slipstream. They go into turn 1.
Afif Amr and Nakid Aziz both in that leading group, as is John Emerson and Gito. Nazrul Izzat in the purple of Uma Racing. Remarkable, the spatial awareness of these guys in such a congested field. There seems nowhere for them to go. Oh, we've got a problem, or do we? Is that Charles Chazras, or is that just a completely different line? Just a completely different line from Charles Chazras.
Yeah, well, we said when we were going through the grid that that drama follows Charles Chazras one way or another everywhere when he's on the racetrack. He does bring a lot of entertainment value.
The black livery of John Emerson and Gito very, very much involved in this battle. Behind them, Ahmed Fazrul Sham in there, Aditya Fauzi, Shamal Amshar. Owen Sanjay's got himself up into P14. The first 8 separated by less than 1 second. I'm not saying they're pulling away, because you can never say that in this sport.
No, you can't. And well positioned right from the off has been Wayuaji Trilaksana. Fazrul Sham.
Come up the hill and around this long right-hander through 9 and 10.
Fazrul Sham won race 2 last time we were here for round 5, 2024.
Akid Aziz and Nazrul Izzat, regular competitors against each other on the local Capri circuit. They're being joined by Charles Chazras, another regular, and Ahmed Afif Amran. It's a Malaysian party at the front, just for now.
Nazrul sweeping around the outside there too. Very much an all-Malaysian party.
And this time they decide the grandstand is where we'd like to be. A little bit of a shade for us to work with. Nazrul Izzat is leading the way for a short while. Akid is there then. And then they pull wide to get as good an angle as they possibly can into this hairpin turn 15. We've had 4 laps. This is now halfway. And we are no closer anywhere to finding out who's going to win this race.
We have absolutely no idea.
Akid leads from Nazrul, from Husni, from Afif Amran. What we can tell you is that the big names are all there. Ahmed Fazrul Sham, as you said, a winner here last year. April King Moscado, Aditya Fauzi, Arwin Sanjaya, all there. As is Wayu Haji Trilaksana.
Yeah, and Shamal Amshar, new rider in for Cardinals Factory Racing. He's showing as well, really well, just towards the back of that front 20 or whatever it is.
Aditya Fauzi, the new man in front. Aditya, 3rd in the championship last season. He had a P2 in race 2 at Sepang in round 5 of last season. So he knows what it's like, he knows where the podium is.
He certainly does. Aditya was a real revelation last year. He came in on a Yamaha to partner Wayuaji Trilaksana in the Race Tech 60 team. Team switch for him this season, and bike switch to Honda, and he's really making it work.
This is Hafiz Farrell Rasyadin for the 4S1M Evo Yamaha racing team, having his moment in the spotlight.
Seen his teammate Emerson and Gito.
He was there for a little while. Hafiz is there. Charles Chazras is the new race leader. I think with all of these riders, what we've learned over the years, Barry, is you've just got to make sure you're there or thereabouts coming into the final lap and a half, and put yourself in prime position coming into the final corner. So many of these races are only decided in the last few hundred meters of any race.
Yeah, they do, and they have different approaches. Riders like Akid and like Wayuaji are quite happy to go to the back of the group and then work their way back up again. Other riders, like the sadly absent Staker Krishna, like to hug the top 5, but we can't count how many riders there are in this group. But finding your way through it to a podium is a very, very special superpower.
Aditya Fauzi, 177 in that group. Also in there, still in that group, is Hafiz, 96. He's just been edged out as they come round the corner. And Charles Shazras, again a local rider who knows Sepang so well. He's the man who leads the way. Nazrul Izzat, who had such a fabulous season in 2023. He's the man who, as they go over the start-finish line, was actually second, but 700ths down. There are less than 1 second, 0.9 of a second between P1 and P13.
And right at the back of the group is Akid Aziz. And so he will be one to watch.
We've seen, is that Cheryl?
No, that's Darwisi.
Darwisi, okay. I just assumed it was Charles Shazras
because it's dramatic. He still has more for us, I think. Aditya Fauzi really right at the front there, and making his presence felt as well is one of our favourites if we had them, Masato Fernando, Filipino, number 17.
Indeed, with his own team, Kobe team. But it's Nazrul Izzat leading the way. Husni, let's not forget, Husni Zainal has won 2 out of 3 races this season. There he is in the yellow, bike number 143 on the Yamaha. Just trailing in P3 at the moment. A riot of colour goes past us. And the buzz of the end as Masato Fernando just edges out into the spotlight.
Nazrul Izzat, he's overdue a podium. The last round of last year, mechanical problems kept him out of contention for both races.
Akid Aziz, has he made any kind of progress in this penultimate lap? We're expecting him to, but I haven't really seen it.
Still somewhere near the back. Mayuaji is trying to make his way up. So is Fazrul Sham.
There is a kid at the back, as is Ahmed Afif Amran. I think they're going to have to start to make a move fairly soon because there's only 1 and a couple of straights left.
Yeah, about 6 kilometres to go.
Husni leads the way. Again, they're using the shade. It's warm out there, but that's not why they're using the grandstand. Hafiz, once again, just shows the nose.
Hafiz Farrell, as you pointed out earlier, Des, he's still showing there at the front, the number 96.
Gone wide there, though, Hafiz. Nadim Marsyad also races through. Now we come on to the final lap, and it's yesterday's race winner who has the lead, Husni Zainal Fauzi, on the Zia LFN HB 969 team, ahead of Nazrul Izzat and Aditya Fauzi. Looking a little bit further down, Ahmed Afif Amran, bike 50 in P9, Akid Aziz in P14. There's a lot of work for the Pit Spike boys to do.
Yeah. Sato makes his way up to, he's in the top 4. He's got Nazrul Izzat for company.
Well, Fauzi came late yesterday. There's Fernando looking solid as well. And you can look as neat and tidy as you want, but look at this. Husni Zainal Fauzi is making an early move to try to break the rest of this pack. He's taken Hafiz with him once again.
Between their 2 riders, Zaya LFN HB 969 have won all 3 races so far this season. Between Gupita and Husni, now they only have 1 rider in this race, so if they're going to keep that clean sheet, then Husni has a lot of work to do.
It's so difficult to win 1 race, never mind 3 out of 4. And that's what Husni Zainal is trying to do. He's the man in P2 at the moment, like 143. Hafiz Farrell Rasyadin is really giving it a go. I'm still waiting for the Pit Spike boys to make their move, but they're a little bit out of the reckoning at the moment. Nazrul Izzat in the purple of Uma Racing moves through into P2.
Ooh, straight on there goes.
Got that completely wrong.
That was the YY Bang machine. But we better keep our eyes on what's happening up at the front here.
Still Hafiz Farrell leads the way. Bike 96, Nazrul is up behind them. Coming through, 198, Arwin Sanjaya, who had a long lap penalty yesterday. And Arwin suddenly into the reckoning. And I tell you what, the pits bike boys are a long way. Ahmed Afif Amram has got himself into P4.
And a lot of the big boys, Des, here in real contention, including the rider currently at the front. And that is Nazrul Izzat, number 198.
Arwin Sanjaya, 198. Look at that, they're on the grass. 3 or 4 of them are on the grass. How do they take this? Husni Zainal makes a move. Contact takes out 3.
Goes down.
Fernando goes down as well. As we look at the carnage once again, and Husni Zainal is going to come through the carnage and make it 3 wins out of 4 ahead of Aditya Fauzi. What a performance by Husni Zainal Fauzi. Amidst all of the mayhem, he is the calmest head of all.
That is incredible. Has an underbone rider ever won 3 out of 4 on the bounce? Absolutely amazing for Husni Zainal Fauzi. His strategy, his positioning against the stars that he's got in this field. And there were some big boys crashing out as well. We'll no doubt have a look at that in a minute.
Incident to turn 15 under investigation. They've no need to tell us. Every turn 15 race involving the underbones has an incident at turn 15 that needs to be investigated. But I can tell you what, this is a 1-2-3 for Indonesia. Aditya Fauzi in P2, and after being the cause of so much heartache yesterday, Fahmi Bassam in P3. But yeah, we're waving back Husni Zainal Fauzi, 23-year-old, in the form of his life.
That is really something special. So let's look at the finish line here. There's a long gap back to the Honda of Aditya Fauzi, and then Fahmi Bassam and Nazrul flash through, almost nothing between them. That's how close underbone racing is. That's why people watch it from all over the world. So if you're outside Asia, big hello and thanks for tuning in to you. You haven't been disappointed again. But there was never any chance of that.
Akid Aziz, hole sitter, has to be content with P11. Ahmed Afif Amram, well, he was one of the casualties on that final turn. But your winner for the 3rd race in 3, Husni Zainal Fauzi, riding the Yamaha MX King 150 for Zia LFN HB 969. 2 tenths clear of Aditya Fauzi for JPNW SDN Factory Racing. Fahmi Bassam for the Yamaha MFL team in P3. Nazrul Izzat, the best of the Malaysians. Arwin Sanjaya, bike 198 in P5. Ahmed Fazrul Sham, who likes this circuit, he likes this race. Cardinals Factory Racing in P6. Adib Arsyad, good performance for Uma Racing Yamaha's Adib Arsyad in P7, a 2nd down. And Kiki Suderman, first time we've seen Kiki in the top 8. Hafiz Farrell, who was leading for such a long time, has to be content with P9 for 4S1M Evo Yamaha Racing. Charles Sajras, a rather tame Extremo UZ Asia race for Charles Sajras. 1.3 seconds down. Akid Aziz, pole, but P11. April King Moscato. Again, he's got to get the results. April King in P12 for Uma MMR Yamaha Philippines. Faiz Zekri in P13. Shamil Amsha for Cardinals Racing in P14. Wayu Ajutrilaksana. You never know, a point could be useful at the end of the season for Racetech. Out of the points, Idul Fitri Mahadi, Injay Sobratodo, Pitaponglu Boinpeng for Team 1 for All. Ahmed Afif Amram, P19 for him. Mazato Fernando was taken out on that last corner, as was Mohamed Febriansa for Team 1 for All. 2 laps from the end, Ahmad Dawisi, we saw him go out for Extremo UZ Asia. Also non-finishers, John Emerson Aguito. We didn't see him go out, did we? Tenku Amrul had a miserable weekend for the Vosges AS25 racing team. Shafiq Russell, Dimas Julie Atmoko, we saw him crash out. And they were the only finishers. But Husni Zainal, 3 wins out of 4, Barry.
And 4 out of 4 for the Zia LFN HP 969 team. And just looking at the time across the line there, you can see how close it was when we looked at the replay of the finish. But there was a 1/10 of a second covering position 6, 7, 8 and 9. Unbelievable.
Except it's believable for us because we've seen it so many times, but it's so incredibly competitive. And negotiating the final corner, track after track after track after track, is such a skill for these guys.
So no question about who leads the rider standings or who leads the team standings. Absolutely top job by the Malaysian team. You can see how much that means to them. They haven't been off the top step yet this season, and we are into the second quarter of the 2025 season, Des.
Race number 4 now complete. That was remarkable. Handshakes utterly, utterly deserved. And in the meantime, yeah, it's all hugs. Fahmi Bassam also, he's got some involvement from yesterday as well. Best of the highlights on this Underbone 150cc. Keep an eye out on bike 143, who from the very start, he was in his position on the grid very early. 143 was looking strong right from the start. But once Barry Russell, Husni Zainal decided he wanted to come from the front. There was a problem earlier on. Of course, there's collateral damage in any time we have Underbone 150cc. But when the race got going, the pit bike guys started off very well, faded badly.
Yeah, as you said, Des, Husni really established himself at the front and stayed there. I thought early in the race, maybe on lap 2 or lap 3, he was looking a little bit tense in that position, but he's settled down. And my goodness, he made it pay off again.
There he was in the red helmet coming through. He's always in that little group. There he is, sorry, in the yellow helmet with the red numbering on the front of his bike. This is at the midway point, and he's in the lead and happy to be in the lead, which is very unlike Husni that we've seen so far this season. Ahmed Fajl Sham and Cardinals Racing decide, yay, this is Sepang, this is my territory.
Yeah, at this point, the Pitchbike Superfast JRT bikes were both near the front. They would fade by about this stage with 2 laps remaining.
Again, Husni decides he wants to hug the grandstand. This was a bit of rehearsal. What line do you take into this final turn? Husni practiced there, came through the line in first place. So that's the way that we want. Instant before turn 15, the final race result is under investigation. So let's hold our horses, but I don't think there's anything involving Husni Zainal. We'll keep an eye on that at the moment, but Husni again, it's so rare in such a big field for one man to dominate so much.
Yep, and here we go on the final straight, and just keep your eyes, if you can, focused on what happened here. One of the first riders down was Musato Fernando.
Hamadapi Famran taken out, Febrianza taken out.
Wayuaji taken out.
But the man who goes through to take it, I think clean as a whistle, for win number 3 out of 4, Husni Zainal Fawzi, the 23-year-old from Nazir LFN HB 969 MCR RBT 34 racing team.
Yeah, it's right to review that final corner incident, but I don't think there's anything untoward. And here comes the defending champion. Got a big job in his hands this season, Fahmi Bassam, number 222 for LFN.
It's his second podium, 2 P3s. Second place for Aditya Fawzi. It's his second podium, 2 P2s. And first place, you can see their team colours. Husni Zainal Fawzi riding the Yamaha MX King 150. Yep, a kiss for the podium. And for Husni, once again, we're going to have the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. And he's saying, get well soon to his teammate. Indonesia Raya, very, very proudly sung. Once again, outside of Indonesia, they cut one chorus short.
Yeah, visibly moved there on the podium.
Stan Yasuhiro, FIM Asia Deputy President, to hand out the awards to the top three. Wonder how his Bahasa Indonesia is. His English is excellent, his Japanese is good. Bahasa Indonesia might be a different matter.
Could be.
From JPNW SND Factory Racing.
A man who knows himself how to throw himself onto a motorcycle.
Fahmi Bassam and Aditya Fauzi. They're producing some very, very good underbone racers. Indonesia. A new series coming on board as well. And your race winner. It's just so unusual. You asked the question of, has anyone won 3 and 4? I remember Najwal Izzat had a really good season in 2023, where at one stage he won, I'm just checking my notes, he won 3 and 4 and had 2 second places. So it has been done, as the team prize is handed out by Toyokazu Handa, MD of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific. But it's a very, very rare thing to have this kind of form.
Amazing, and he's visibly moved by it, hasn't he? Great shot.
Underbone 150 race 2. Colourful as you like. Well, thanks to all the sponsors who are mentioned in the background. The Idemitsu, of course, Dunlop, Indian Oil, KYT. Here's the standings. No doubting who the leader is. 36 points clear is Husni Zainal of Aditya Fauzi. Fahmi Bassam in P3, the defending champions, level with Akid Aziz, and Najwal Izzat, the 2023 champion, in P5. So the Malaysians got some work to do. Afi Famran on 38 points, 50 points adrift of Husni, but there is still a long way to go. Gubita Kreshna, who missed today's race with injury, on 36 points. Arwin Sanjaya for the Yamaha LFN team on 32 points in P8. Okay, I think we can head down to Daniel Bogas and get some post-race reaction from Husni Zainal.
All right, Husni, it's 3 out of 4 races for you this season. Fantastic strategy, fantastic tactics. Tell us about the race just now.
Ya, terutama saya mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang telah mempermudah jalannya race hari ini, dan terima kasih banyak kepada owner, mekanik, kru yang sudah terlibat di musim ini. Ya, mudah-mudahan Alpi bisa mempertahankan posisi sampai akhir seri nanti, dan terima kasih banyak untuk keluarga Indonesia semua, masyarakat Indonesia, istriku tercinta, orang tua semua yang telah mendoakan. Terima kasih banyak.
So the transition there was, first of all praise to the creator, and big thank you to the boss, thank you to the team, everyone involved for the runs this time. And obviously wants to show get well soon to Gubita. He'll say thank you to all the fans, all the family, and everyone watching at home in Indonesia for supporting him. Congratulations, fantastic double races.
Thanks very much, Daniel. And Husni is very much number 1 in the underbone 150s, very much number 1 in the AP 250s. Is another Indonesian, Fadila Abi Aditama, and we'll be seeing if he can make it 4 wins out of 4 when we return on the Asia Road Racing Championships, coming up next from Sepang, the Asia Productions 250 CCs.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra Protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
You're watching the second round of 6 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. It is a beautiful day here, very little wind, 33 degrees centigrade. The sky is blue, there are wispy little crowds, it is beautiful. And the circuit here is one of the more challenging on the World Circuit, Barry Russell.
It is indeed something for everyone here. That's why so many World Championships come here to test here at Sepang. And there, as you described it, there's the iconic view of the grandstand at turn 15.
Our attention turns to the Asia Production 250cc Championship, which is being dominated by Fadila Abi Aditama. I tell you what, since 2019 there's been Indonesian winners of this championship, and Adila is dominating things, and he dominated yesterday as well in race number 1. This is race 1 yesterday, and from pole position, Rich Takahara from Japan, from TY Antara's racing team, was the man who was on pole, and Fadila was only down in P number 7, Fadila bike number 93, but 93 very quickly got up into the leading group and was always a challenger, Barry.
Yeah, he was threatening, and you might say a class apart. He's had World Championship experience, and he's come to this championship tasked by Astra Honda with winning the 2025 champion. But what a game performance this was by the rider at front at the moment, number 44 of Rich Takahira.
Yeah, we're talking at Fadila is dominating things, but this is a hugely competitive class. 93 is leading the way, but behind them he's got the likes of Irfan Ardiansa, bike number 16, Chandra Henrawan, bike number 88, Galang Hendra, bike number 56. An awful lot of very, very good racers coming in, and it's real credit that Fadila is dominating and being able to win 3 races out of 3.
Yeah, and the brilliant Irfan Ardiansa coming back into this championship, the much fancied number 39, you can see just at the back of that shot, come past in a moment. There he is on the right, number 39, Kritapak for the Yamaha Thailand racing team.
With 2 laps to go, we weren't really sure where this would end. We thought Fadila would be in the mix-up, but there was no guarantee they would win it. But as he came through down the main straight with onto the final lap, there were 7 racers genuinely in contention. That included Izam Iqbal for Victor Racing Team, the local Indonesian, really performing very well, and Murabil Vitoni for the LFN HP 969 Racing Team Indonesia. But in the end, you just can't take your eyes off the number 93, Fadila Arbi.
Yeah, but look at the number 16, Irfan Ardiansyah.
That's under bonish, the number of incidents on that last corner, and coming through serenely. Less serenely is P2 for Irfan Ardiansa. The victory goes to Fadila. Irfan Ardiansa picking up P2 ahead of Izam Iqbal, a very popular P3 for the Victor Racing Team. So that was yesterday's 1, 2, 3. Rich Takahira, who's on pole, picked up P4 yesterday. Irfan Haikal from Malaysia, P5. Galand Hendra, a very good P6. So although I've made this all about Fadila Arbi, there are some very, very good racers here. The Kawasaki's of Ayoshi, for example, they can race.
Yeah, and the returning Andy Mohammed Fadli for Kawasaki as well. He'll be in the mix by the time we get to mid-season, which will be very soon.
Yes, it will be. It will be. There are 22 starters, 27 qualifiers, sorry, 22 finishers yesterday out of 27 who started. And let's have a pre-race thoughts from at least 2 of the racers. We head down to Daniel Bogers, who's amongst that scrum on the grid.
Properly hot here on the grid for the AP 250 class. We're expecting the track temps to creep up well over 52, 53 degrees Celsius. I think it's actually higher, but we're going to have a chat with Kritapat, who actually came here a few weeks ago for the Malaysian Championship. Let's see if we can get a quick word with him. Kritapat, AP 250 in Sabang, always very difficult with a lot of slipstream. Is there a plan or tactic that you're going to choose for this one, or is it all out?
Yeah, for yesterday, we have a little bit accident, but no problem. But for today, I try to my best, and then my team say to me we have the new plan to win. For today, I hope I win.
Thank you so much. We can't wait to see it. Good luck. And now we're going to make our way down a few rows on the grid. We're going to have a chat with one of the young talents for Yamaha in Malaysia, which is Faris Putra. And right over here, we have him in 11th on the grid. He's having a quick prayer, so we're going to give him a moment to finish off his prayers before he gets on with this race. Faris Putra, one of the hot rising stars, very young. He went for the FM Intercontinental Games and was toe-to-toe with Aldi Satya Mahendra. So we're going to give him a quick moment. While he's doing that, actually, we're going to scooch over to Aiki Yoshi and see if we can get a quick word with him. So, see if we can disturb Aiki real quick. Aiki, this time it's another opportunity for you. Yesterday was a bit better than the previous round. What can we expect today?
Yeah, so race is very difficult because so different R3 and Honda very fast, but never give up. I try to more pushing. I'll do my best.
Thank you so much, Aiki. Good luck. So that's all our time on the grid. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much, Danny. I wanted to ask you about the Kawasaki's. What's the problem? I mean, in the rules of 250s, they're trying to make it as equal as possible between all the manufacturers. What's the problem with the Kawasaki's this year?
I think the issue is that they have a rev limit, and the rev limit is just 200 RPM above maximum torque. So they're just missing the extra, the top end power that they need, that they should have. So no doubt the rocket scientists in technical control will be looking at this to try and even things out, but let's see what they can do. So it's just getting out of the corners is difficult, a little bit more difficult than it should be for them.
Rich Takahira from Japan for the TY Antares racing team is on pole position. He had a time of 2:23.259, which was 3/10 quicker than Chao Vietnam, Honda Racing Vietnam, who crashed out yesterday. Chanda Herwaman also crashed out for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. They'll both be hoping for better today.
Yeah, a very strong Galang Hendrus leads row 2 from Kritapat, who crashed yesterday, and Isam Ikmal, who finished on the podium.
P7 for Fadila Arbi Aditama, who's looking to make it 4 wins out of 4 for Honda Racing. 16-year-old Davino Brittani alongside him, his teammate, will learn from Fadila. Murabul Vitoni for the Yamaha LFN HB969 team in P9.
In race 1, Irfan Ardiansha came through from P10 on the grid to P2 in the race. Next to him, Faris Putra, improving all the time for Cardinals Factory Racing, and Aiki Iyoshi, who we just heard from on the Motul Kawasaki Sniper Manual Tech.
P13, Umo Racing Yamaha Maju's Daniel Shami from Malaysia. He's alongside Aldiaz Aksal from Yamaha BAF Yamalube, and Gao Jiang from Team One for All for China, who raced pretty well yesterday.
It was a good day. And Andy Fadli starts P16. He's improving all the time on his return. The former 2-times champion Fadil Al-Ghassani Priadi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 17th and 18th. Irfan Haikal Amidi for Maestro NWN SCK.
We've yet to see the best of Idemitsu Honda Racing India's Kavin Samar Quintal, sorry. For Honda Racing Vietnam, we've got Hu Tri, and for TY Antares, the team owner Jiang Shun Cheng in P21.
And streamer Yuzi Asia's Don Ampu starts 22nd. Next to him, from the Philippines, Alfred Jacob Sablaya and Joan Reeves Emmanuel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India starts 24th.
And crossing the causeway is Jazil Jarami for Team ACR, the Singaporean, down in P25, alongside Team Monflor's Liu Gongwan, and Leong Nangte for Victor Racing Team, the Hong Kong racer, a regular on the Asia Road Racing Championships. Championship leader by 34 points is Fadila Arbi Aditama. I think if anyone is going to try to get close to them, they've got to start now, because that's an impressive lead. 3 wins out of 3 for Fadila, with the backing of the very, very strong Astra Honda Racing Team mechanics. It'll be difficult for anybody to really make a big impression, but if they're going to, they've got to start now, Barry.
Yeah, he's had an equalising 200 RPM rev cut, but he's adapted his riding style, and no doubt Astra Honda have adjusted the mapping on that CBR 250 RR to compensate for that as much as they can.
Indeed, he said in his interview post-race yesterday, listen, I've lost that, so I've got to make up for it myself. So he was putting more into it himself, but there's only so much you can put in.
Let's see what he puts in today, and let's see what the poleman can do, because he was lively throughout yesterday and came through in P4 for the Chinese TY Antares Racing Team.
Asia Production 250cc is a go, and it's a solid start from Takahira. Takahira comes over to the pit lane side to try to take advantage into the first corner. Kritipat's also made a solid start, and he's taken Chandra Herwaman with him as well. Indeed, it is Kritipat who's got off to a very good start and hits the first corner first, Barry Russell.
Yeah, good start from Kritipat. I think he thought it was going to be easier in this championship than it is turning out for him. So I think he's adjusted himself, raised his game a bit, and he'll be looking for a win here, because he's really fancied as a potential champion back home in Thailand.
I have to say, everybody's got away nice and clean. Coming through there, Chao Vietnam, bike number 65. Crashed out yesterday, Chao Vietnam. He had a decent time in Podium, including 1 podium. He'll be hoping to build on that. He's become a regular near the top of the standings in the AP 250 class.
Yeah, let's just take a look at where RB is, because he is such a classy rider. Just trying to monitor his tactics a little bit will be good. He's down there in about P5 at the moment.
Yes, P6 I think I just saw him flash through in for Astra Honda. Behind Nizam Iqbal, who was a very popular P3 yesterday. And again, it's another good start from Rich Takahira for TY Antares. Good to see. Oh, and sliding off is the Cardinals racer.
Faraz Putra down. That's disappointing. He's been getting better and better on that Cardinals factory Yamaha. But his day is done early in this race. Full Cap Vietnam and Nizam Iqbal getting up close and personal. There's a little break at the front there.
Kritipat is the man who's leading it, and he's taken Takahira along with him. And Murabil Vitoni, as we saw yesterday, Murabil can be quick. He stepped up from the underbones for this season, Murabil Vitoni. And he's stepping up very, very nicely. He's 6th in the championship standing. He's had 2 P4s in Buriram and was in contention for a long time yesterday until he had a problem on the final turn.
Yeah, he slips through into P2, just ahead of Reach Takahira as they went through turn 15.
8 laps of the circuit as they complete the first lap, and it is 39 Kritipat alongside Murabil Vitoni and Reach Takahira. In fact, Takahira decides he wants the inside line, and it's going to be Murabil Vitoni who goes into the lead. Izam in 4, Chao Vietnam in 5, and the man we've all got to look out for, Fadila Arbi in P6 on bike number 93.
Yeah, he'll have an eye on this attempted breakaway at the front. New riders to this championship in that attempted breakaway group. They're being caught now by Isam Iqbal for Victor Racing.
Chao Vietnam's dropped down a couple of places in very rapid time. Motorbill drops down to P3 as Itai Kritipat retakes the lead. Nice shot coming straight towards the camera.
Yeah, so I'm just looking for the...
Is that Isam joining the front three? Indeed it is. Isam Iqbal, bike 144. Great to see Victor Racing. Good to see the privateers getting close to the manufacturers.
Yeah, it is, as you said yesterday, it was a popular podium for Victor Racing in the capable hands of Isam Iqbal.
Little look over the shoulder there from Isam. Long way to go. There's, oh, another problem. It's not been a great week for Chandra.
Yeah, really quick rider, but it hasn't worked out for him this weekend, unfortunately.
Chandra Herwoman. He had a P2 in Buriram. He'll only go home from this weekend with a single point. That was for P15 yesterday. And he's out of the race early today. And out of contention. The men at the front continue to be Kritipat. And 124 coming around the outside. Isam Iqbal and Murabil Vitoni. Also joining in the fun, Galang Hendra's got himself nice and close to the front. Bike number 56, the experienced Indonesian on the Yamaha BF Yamalube Akai Jaya MBKW2 racing team.
Yep, every one of those sponsors deserved that, because it's really working out well for Galang, running his own team, which is such a hard thing to do.
Isam Iqbal. Late onto the brakes, but able to hold it into turn number 1.
Still in P6 is Fadila Arbi for Astra Honda, but just a little bit closer to the front. And at the front, Kritipat has just taken over from Kritipat.
Last lap time, 2:23.5 for Isam Iqbal. That's the fastest on the circuit so far. Hitting speeds into the mid 190s.
It's Takahira taking the lead. He's got Isam in his wheel tracks.
He's on the Yamaha. I want to see how Chao Vietnam is going. Chao Vietnam's still going backwards. The Vietnamese on the Honda, bike number 65. You just see him edging out. I'm wondering whether he made a mistake that caused him to be overtaken, or he's got engine problems. Nonetheless, no problems at the moment for Rich Takahira, the Japanese, who was in the TVS One Make Championship last year. Stepped up very, very nicely. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Irfan Ardiansha, the number 16 on the SEK machine, just staying in touch with that group 2, making sure that he doesn't lose too much ground in these early stages.
He's a favourite of yours, Irfan, isn't he?
I like his aggressive style. He's a rider that brings action.
That's what we like. And at the moment, it is the TY Antares of Rich Takahira who is leading the way, but less than a second separating 1 from 7. Indeed, Michael 1 from 8 isn't too far behind either. No chance to get away. Who's that in? Yeah, Heikel, bike number 21. Local Malaysian who, Irfan Heikel for the NWN SCK Honda racing team.
Yeah, 2 Irfans in that SCK outfit in this class, the AP250 class.
The Irfan brothers.
yeah, formidable pair of Irfans indeed.
Leading through is Isam Iqbal. 3 laps completed. Galang Hendra makes his move, bike 56. Like the work of Galang. Rather a little nose around the outside. Decided, no, let's not take too many risks at this stage. Particularly on that tricky first corner. You get the first corner right and it can propel you, slingshot you into a very fast lap. You get it wrong and it has a disproportionate amount of damage on your lap times.
Yeah, it's AP250 field. AP250s are always super competitive, but this field has a completely different look to what we had last year. There's riders have come in, riders have gone out.
First position, Galang Hendra. Exactly what you said. It makes Fadila's performance even the more remarkable. 3 wins out of 3 in such a competitive field. As you're seeing, you've got how many within a second of each other? Six races, yeah. 7 races within a second, including Fadila Arbin Aditama, bike number 93. We've not mentioned him, but there he is, just tucked in at the back of that leading group in perfect position. In the far distance, the green Kawasaki livery of Andy Mohammed Fadli. And once again, the Kawasaki struggling with the pace.
Yeah, looking back to his aggressive self there, the number 16 SCK machine up into 5th, and meanwhile Kritapat, the early leader, has slipped down this group, so he's finding the pace pretty hot.
Galang Hendra leads the way from Malaysia's favourite, Nizam Iqbal. Galang, such an experienced racer, of course. This time they've hogged the grandstand. I think they'll be looking at what the best lines are down this final straight and what line you can take into this final corner just to get yourself a good drive out into the home straight. Galang Hendra is taken out by Murabil Vitoni and Nizam Iqbal.
And I'll tell you what, Gao Jiang for Team One for All is getting himself onto the back of this group. Had a really good P9 yesterday.
Yeah, very good 7 points for the Chinese.
And as we're talking about these new riders, new names in this AP250 class, he's one that's coming good too. And Davina Brittani for Astra Honda is just getting up onto the back of Gao Jiang too.
That is Daniel Shami for Uma Racing. This group, it was 7 inside a second. It's well, it's 13 inside 2 seconds, which includes Gao Jiang. Midway point of this race. Galang Hendra, who was leading, is now down in P8. I mentioned yesterday, it's getting underbonish the way that these guys are racing.
It is, and it's a fantastic spectacle as Kritapat moves himself back up to the front of this group.
Irfan Ardiansa, bike number 16, also in there. Yeah, where's Kritapat come from? He dropped down to P8, he's back up to the front again.
Yeah, I think he's started to get the measure of just how competitive and just how much quality there is in this AP250 field. Nizam Iqbal at the front.
It's bike 124. And
39 is Kritapat, number 93, edging his way up. Fadila Arbi as we hit the halfway mark.
He whispers his way into position, Arbi, doesn't he? Fadila, bike number 93. We haven't spoken about him. Well, I've had to speak about him just to say he's not really showing, and then suddenly, bash, come midway point, he's in P2, right on the back wheel of the race leader.
It takes a lot of maturity in an underbone-like field like this one to just hang back, and to know when to make your move, be confident enough to make a judgment. And there he is. He might be making a move for the lead.
Well, he was temporarily in the lead.
Elbows with Irfan Ardiansa then.
That's your mate. Fisticuffs, gloves off. Irfan somehow finds himself in the middle of that pack, and Fadila, again, it just shows that the remarkable success. 3 wins in a row in a field as competitive and as tight as this. That is crazy. That is crazy. 12 inside a second, including Gao Jiang, but a problem.
Misfortune for
Fadil Al-Ghassani for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, crashes out.
See the elbows there.
It's Fadila who's the aggressor.
Yeah.
Put your old race control hat on, Barry. Anything untoward there?
I don't think so. I was always a little bit more free-flowing than some of my colleagues, many of whom are here today.
Galanghendra, the new race leader. He went from P1 to P9, he's back up to P1. It is Underbone, Izam is there, Kritipat also, bike number 39 is hanging in there as well. Oh, Chao Vietnam!
Off onto the dirt and keeping it pinned and not losing really any noticeable ground from that error.
And he's come back, Chao Vietnam, bike 65. I was wondering whether or not he'd made the mistake, but he's got himself back in contact with that leading group, but that leading group is a big leading group.
Yeah, there goes Kritipat again, take the lead. Harvey has allowed himself just to drift back a little bit, and that was a difficult moment for him. Is he in trouble? Oh, he's got a little mountain to climb now. Frustration there as the Astra Honda team look on. He's got a 200 RPM rev cut, and he's now at the back of this very busy, very rapid group.
And he'll have an awful lot of work to do to get back there as well. Whether it was a mistake or was just eased out, but he certainly threw up a left arm in frustration. Where is bike number 93? Towards the tail end of this group. Yeah, there he is, right at the back, and he lost a chunk of time, but he's still in this leading group. You do not mark him out of this race. He's still chasing 4 in a row, but he will have to come from a long way down, probably be 10 or 11 or 12 as they come over the line with 2 laps to go. Kritipat will lead the way. Galanghendra will take a completely different line. 0.9 seconds between 1 and 8, less than 2 seconds between 1 and 12, which is Fadila. And even Daniel Sharmi and even Aoshi, 2 seconds beyond in P14 isn't out of things.
And a nice move into the lead as they went into turn 1 from the number 124 for Victor Racing, Izam Iqmal. Top job from Izam. Pick up where he is in relation to Kritipat. Well, Kritipat's got in front of him again.
Very often the camera crews, they have to deal with different groups of riders, or in seasons gone. Not this time, because you've got this whole chunk of 12, 13, 14 riders all within one camera shot. Kritipat leading the way, taking Izam Iqmal with him. Izam looking for back-to-back podiums. Is that Chao Vietnam who's got himself into P4 as Irfan goes wide onto the black stuff? Chao Vietnam is indeed up into P4. It's a good recovery from the Vietnamese.
It's good, and just hunting for the sight of the number 93, Fadila RV. Staying near the front all the way through has been Izam Iqmal. Aldiaz Axel, this has been a really good race for him, and Murabel Vitoni for LFN H Putra, the number 127, 157, I beg your pardon there.
There's a genuine race going on between Murabel and Chao Vietnam, 65 and 157. And then Rich Nakahira's been dropped a little bit. He's in P8, Fadila still not being able to make much of an impact. He's going to have to make a move fairly soon, bike number 93, otherwise his perfect record is going to come to an end. It's Thailand's Kritipat Kenkum from Yamaha Thai Racing who is leading the way from Galanghendra, and the hard-working Izam Iqmal. Chao Vietnam looks on the inside. There will be 1 lap to go, and we are going to, this 15th corner is going to be so important at the end of the next lap.
Fadila made up a few places then as they start this final lap. Kritipat leads them across the line once again, and the ever-present, it seems, Izam Iqmal.
Good call.
Goes round the outside.
Izam Iqmal on the Yamaha YZ FR3. Ridden very smoothly. He's a very accommodating character, and these 3 look to have made a bit of a breakaway from the rest, and this is not looking good for Adila Arbi. Fadila, 3 wins out of 3 can't really make an impression. Galanghendra looks on the inside, doesn't work because Izam closed him down. It's still Kritipat Kenkum who leads the way for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team.
3 Yamahas at the front making this break, and there's a visible gap there back to, that could be Chow Vietnam.
Indeed, I think you
Yes,
would
it
say
is.
making the break, and also in there is Rich Takahira, but it is the Yamahas. Tense is wrong, making the break is wrong. They've made the break, it's past tense, and they've made themselves quite a distance. So Yamaha looking for a 1-2-3. Galang Hendra in P3, behind Izam in P2, but it's Kritipat who's been there right from the very start. He got to the first corner first, having come from P5, and here he's leading into the final half lap of this race.
Well, he's been much hyped, and this is his chance to show whether the hype is worth it. And just at this point, it looks like he is getting a gap.
Well, there's
on Galang Hendra and Izam just behind him.
There's not going to be much of a drag for the racers behind him. This is impressive from Kritipat. This is a race that is good enough to end Fadila Arbi's 3 wins in a row. Fadila is not going to make it 4 in a row. But are we going to see Kritipat Kenkam with his maiden win in the ARRC? It's his race to lose. Just keep it nice and tight. Izam looks on the inside, but Kritipat does this one nicely, holds the line perfectly, and Kritipat Kenkam is going to come through for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Bike 39 takes the victory ahead of Izam Iqmal, a second podium, and Galang Hendra in P3. Yamaha 1-2-3.
There we are. There was a time when we got used to Hondas dominating the podium, and now we see what all the hyperbole has been about for Kritipat Kenkam. That was a beautifully judged race. You could see many of his Thai compatriots there, and Galang Hendra on the podium. Izam Iqmal again on the podium, 1 step higher than he was yesterday, and another brilliant P4 for the TY Antares Yamaha, ridden by Rish Takahira.
Yes, that was a Yamaha party there. Galang Hendra, a very, very good P3. He's had a good, consistent season, 2 P6s, a P5, and now a podium to celebrate.
In fact, the top Honda Des was in P6, Irfan Heikel. So that's one for the record books, I feel.
No doubt an inquest or two to come from there. Ayoshi, the best of the Kawasaki's, coming in P11.
So not the best day at the office for Fadila Arbi Aditama. That won't affect his lead in the championship. It will narrow the distance.
Here's the race result. And it's a very impressive win for the much-hyped Kritipat Kenkam for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. 3/10 clear, slowing down from Izam Iqmal, who's had a very, very good weekend for Victor Racing Team. Galang Hendra Pratama, we know his experience, the number 56 for Yamaha BF Yamalube. Now he gets the podium. Rich Takahira from pole position. It's still a good weekend for Takahira for TY Antares Racing. Murabul Vitoni has made the step up very nicely. Thank you very much for the Yamaha LFN team. Van Heikel is looking solid for SCK Honda in P6. Irfan Ardiansa, a fun ride from him for the number 16 in P7, 2 seconds down. Fadila will still pick up 8 points. He'll increase his lead at the top of the championship standings, but we now know this is not a one-man championship. P9, Aldiaz Axel, another Yamaha, 2.5 seconds down. Chow Vietnam finishing in P10, 4.7 seconds down, a mixed race for him. Ayoshi and the Kawasaki boys will be hoping for a little bit of help in races to come. Jazil Jeremy from Singapore, Team ACR, that's a very healthy P12 for the Singaporean. 5 seconds down, just getting ahead of Daniel Shami for Uma Racing Yamaha, and Ton An Pool for Estremo Yuzi Asia team in pole 14. Out of the points, Hu Tri, double champion, Andy Mohammed Fadli, Jiang Chun Cheng, who stayed on the bike this time, Alfred Sablaya, 29 seconds down, Johan Reeves Emmanuel, 39 seconds down, Leong Nang Se, good to see him completing the race as well, 48 seconds down, Liu Guangyan in P22 for Team One for All. In fact, there were only 3 casualties: Fadil Al-Ghassani, Chandra Herwaman and Faraz Putra, who we saw crash out early on. So these are the scenes in the park, Ferme. And it's all blue, Barry Russell.
It's Yamaha indeed. We wouldn't have guessed this even a year ago. We wouldn't have anticipated a podium lockout by Yamaha. But it's Thailand, Indonesia, and then off the podium, but still on a Yamaha, Rishi Takahira, Murabo Vitoni, and the best Honda finisher, Irfan Haikal.
You're based in Thailand, and you've been talking up Kritapat for a while.
Yeah, he's really fancied by Yamaha Racing Thailand. And here he is. He speaks good English, as we are about to find out. Yeah, he looks the complete package. There's a bit of starting going on around him, but let's have a look, because it wasn't quite straightforward for him.
Highlights from race 2 of the weekend at the ARRC AP250 category. And all eyes were on Fadila Abi Aditama, bike number 93, to see if he could make it 4 wins out of 4. But right from the very start, our eyes were instantly taken to bike number 39, Kritapat Kienkum for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. He got off to a great start. There was a problem for Cardinals Racing. They couldn't complete the race. But for bike number 39, Kritapat, from the very start, Barry Russell, he was looking very competitive.
Yeah, he had a break in the middle of the race, but at this point you could see that he had recalibrated what he expected from this AP250 class, and he knows it's super competitive.
Chandra Herwaman goes out.
Yeah, unfortunate to see Chandra going out early.
But Galang Hendra, so much experience from him. He was able to just guide Kritapat a lot. And the Fadila Abi challenge looked like it might materialise. With about 3 laps to go, he got himself into the top 6, but there he makes a mistake and he's frustrated. He could never recover from what I assume was a mistake by Russell.
Yeah, he had a load of bikes coming up inside him. He had no option but to move aside and let them go. Showed that he's got a cool head on his shoulders and he didn't just try aggressively to come back. Safety first, but it would not put him within reach of the podium.
He would get to a P8 though, and up at the front, well, Chao Vietnam, after losing a few positions earlier on, he got himself back into contention. Bike number 65 there, Irfan Ardiansa, bike number 16, was always challenging for the Honda, for the SCK Honda Racing Team. And even further back, Aldiaz Aksal began to make a move towards the top, but then on the last lap, Kritapat really put on a burst of speed, and he took with him Izam Iqbal and Galang Hendra, bikes 124 and 56.
And they made the break, and then Kritapat made a break from Galang and Izam Iqbal behind him. There, you can see it now.
And so he just had the final corner to negotiate. You make sure you're nice and clean, you don't make a mistake, and this race is yours. And Kritapat Kienkum comes through for his maiden victory in the Asia Road Racing Championships. Bike number 39. Keep an eye out for him. And keep an eye out for the Yamaha Thailand Racing Team.
Yep, and right at the end there, Rishi Takahira had caught up with those front 3. He was only a 10th behind this man, Galang Hendra Pratama. He'll be overjoyed. Running your own team is a big ask. And then taking it to the podium, an even bigger ask. Takes a step up today from race 1. Izam Iqbal for Victor Racing, and there they are. Take a bow again, guys, and the rising star from Thailand, Kritapat Kienkum, jumps onto the top step of the podium.
And for the first time today, we're going to have the Thai national anthem. Thailand on the top of the podium, Malaysia and Indonesia, with Japan in P4. Truly is the Asia Road Racing Championship. Prizes to be handed out by Mr. Yasuhide Hirai, the Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Malaysia. I make no apologies for giving Idemitsu and the other sponsors a shout out, so important in the continued success of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's been going since 1996, and we are seeing new names, new riders, new teams. It's terrific to see.
Yeah, completely different feel to this AP250 class this season.
Team award, we would like to invite Mr. Sujit Kumar, FIM Asia Vice President, to the podium.
And the best team award to the Yamaha Thai Racing Team will be handed out by Mr. Sujit Kumar, Vice President of FIM Asia.
And 9 times Indian Rally Champion.
And now we'd like to invite Mr. Yasuhide Hirai and Mr.
That bit I
Sujit
didn't
Kumar
know.
to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the AP250 Race 2 winner.
All on his own is Galang Hendra. Now he joins the party. Great weekend for Isam Iqbal. He's rather gone under the radar a little bit, hasn't he? But you had a P3 and a P2. And that's a terrific weekend for the Malaysian.
And great for his team, Victor Racing, who've been with this championship for so long.
Here are the championship standings. It's a 33-point lead for Fadila Arbi. He only lost 1 point. He picked up 8 points today. That's ahead of Irfan Ardiensa for SCK Honda Racing Team, who's got 50 points. Then you've got Galang Hendra on 47 in P3. Followed by Kritipat, Isam Iqbal, Murabul Vitoni, Davino Brittani on 32 points. And beneath them, Chao Vietnam has got 31 points in P8 for Honda Racing Vietnam. Okay, let's get some post-race reaction. Daniel Bogas is down at the presentation area talking to our race winner.
Kritapat, a fantastic victory from you. It wasn't easy. There were about 12 riders behind you, but at the end you managed to pull a gap and it was a fantastic, dominant victory. Tell us about this race.
Yeah, for today, when I riding, I thinking every lap how to fast and then how to win. And people say to me, you don't never give up when you not win. I thinking ride this every time, but for the race 2 in Sepang, I can win for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Big congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Excellent result for Thailand, and it opens up that championship very nicely. We are now 4 races into the 12-race season. Coming up next, we move up a stage to the Supersport 600cc. Once again, an Indonesian is top of the pile. Adananto Putra, but Anupab Sarmoon and Kazma Daniel are giving a very international battle to the Supersport 600. That's coming up next. Race 2 of the weekend in that competition from Sepang in the Asia Road Racing Championships. We'll be back with you in 2 minutes' time.
For meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
The Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 2 comes from the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. It's a blisteringly glorious day near the equator. The sun is out, the sky is empty of clouds, and the racing conditions at Sepang are absolutely perfect. We move on to the Supersport 600cc next, which last year was a bit of a blowout by Russell. This year, I tell you what, it's going to be very, very competitive.
It was an absolute thriller yesterday. The rider on your right there, that's the front of the second row, Adananta Putra. He was the rider who had the pace, and he kept coming, he didn't give up. And he picked the pocket of race leader, let's not spoil it. Let's take a look at the recap after we look at the circuit.
There is the circuit. The long straights from 14 through to 15 are so important, as we'll see in the highlights of race 1 that took place yesterday. Race 1 highlights of the Supersport 600cc. Anupab Sarmung, bike 500, started the very back after a crash in qualifying, and we kept a close eye on him because we thought he might be able to get up into a top 5 or a top 6. This is Anupab Sarmung, though. He got himself onto a podium.
Yeah, he made a good start, and then he seemed to get stuck somewhere in the middle. But then it changed when, as we'll see in a few moments, when Helmi Asman did his long lap penalty. There he is, number 32. He was trying to get away at the front, trying to get himself as much time as he could, but he never really got so much of an advantage, and he left his long lap penalty as late as he possibly could. That was Kazma Daniel chasing him all the way. Kazma starting from pole position after a sensational qualifying.
At this stage, it looked like Helmi Asman might be able to get away from everyone apart from Kazma. He picked up the long lap penalty. As you said, he left it very late. He would eventually finish in P6, which isn't as bad as it might have been. A man who kind of came through. This is the long lap for the poor fellow who has to just cope with everybody else going past him. Helmi had been so explosive.
And look, he came back right alongside Anupab Sarmung, with whom the clash caused that long lap penalty. And
then Adananta Putra, who won race 1 in Buriram and had a podium as well, but hadn't really been involved. We've got to keep an eye on bike number 21. Kazma Daniel was fastest in qualifying. It was the man who kept pace with Helmi Asman and looked like he was going to take the victory until we got to the final lap, and then Adananta Putra kind of mugged him, Barry.
yeah, he did. He had his pocket picked, and by this time as well, Anupab Sarmung had somehow got himself up into P3. But Adananta, you can see as he came out of the slipstream, just a bike wobbling in the dirty air, but he got enough of a slingshot to hit the pocket of the Malaysian superstar Kazma Daniel, and he held it all the way through to the line, and enough time to fist pump the air, across the line with a 0.4 second advantage.
Okay, that was Adananta Putra. Yesterday, he's the championship leader by something like 19 points. Today could be different. Helmi Asman doesn't have a long lap penalty. Anupab, though, will still be starting at the back. Let's get some pre-race thoughts. Daniel Bogas is down amongst the scrum on the grid.
Sepang has delivered so much action for us this weekend, and now it's delivering something very trademark of Sepang, the heat. It is absolutely boiling over here on the grid. We're going to have a chat with some of the riders because the action from Supersport 600 yesterday was electric. And we're going to have a chat with one of the riders who usually does really well around here, but this weekend had a bit more of a struggle. Excuse me. So we're going to have a chat with Shafiuddin Azman. Namok, today it's another opportunity for you compared to yesterday. It's been a bit of a struggle for you this weekend, but we've seen the moments of brilliance from you. How's it been this week?
Yeah, like race one yesterday, I'm struggling a lot with the rear grip. But today during the out lap, I feel quite good. And today coming more hot than yesterday. So for me, I need to keep calm and focus for the race and to be on the podium.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to make our way down the grid again. We're going to talk to someone who was really quick in warm-up, but struggled to find pace prior to the warm-up session. It is none other than McKinley Kyle Paz. Kyle will be starting from 12th on the grid, and we're going to try a quick word. Kyle, of course, had a fantastic round 1 in Buriram, but this morning he was really quick in warm-ups. Let's see if we can have a quick word with him. I'm going to squeeze on the right side of Kyle. So Kyle, in the warm-up you looked really quick. It was a bit of a struggle though in qualifying and in the practice sessions, but you were quick this morning. Is there something that you found for race 2?
Yes, since practice in the Friday, we are struggling about the suspension in the front. So during the race yesterday, I tried to figure what's the problem, and we finally see what's the problem. And now I think we find a good setup for race 2, and I think we're strong and we can fight in the front.
Thank you so much. Can't wait to see it. We're looking forward to another Buriram. Thank you, Kyle. Good luck. And we're going to make our way down to the surprising one who was on the last one on the grid, and it was due to an incident in qualifying. It's Anupam. Let's get it before we get hurried off the grid. So Anupam, yesterday you fought your way all the way up for a podium fight, and we thought if one more lap you might have been in for the win. What's going to happen for you in race 2? Are you going to try to push harder this time, or are you going to try and manage it for a podium?
Yes, I will keep the last moment from the yesterday. I will keep the pace less and funny with the less and try to push a little bit. And today I will make the good start because yesterday I will start and really yeah. Okay, today make it funny. Enjoy the race. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anupam. Good luck. Can't wait to see it. Back to you, Desmond Barry.
And he is one of the stories, Anupam Samoon, as is Helmi Asman. This time, no penalty, and he rode so well yesterday, Barry, you wouldn't put out a victory beyond him.
No, you wouldn't. And he really is due a victory, especially he is one of the princes of Sepang. As we like to say, he's got so much mileage around here, so much knowledge, and he's been so quick all the way through. He just faded a little bit after that long lap penalty yesterday. There's Karel Idampawi. He faded a little yesterday as well. We haven't quite seen the best of Kip.
Got a P5 in the end, but he was competing for several of the laps, wasn't he? He's on P3 at the moment. Kazma Daniel, it's all Malaysia in the front row, 1, 2, 3. Adananta Putra, Wayan Nugroho and Sharafuddin Azman, 4, 5 and 6. There are some strong Malaysian competitors in this competition. But it's Adananta Putra and Astra Honda who are leading the way. Further down, McKinley Kyle Paz from Hongleong Yamaha Racing and Ferozi Torkatullah. They'll be hoping to improve their performance. They might not get on the podium. They'll certainly be hoping to be competing though for a top 6 berth.
And it was a good call for Daniel to pick out McKinley Kyle Paz because yeah, he was really quick in warm-up today. Much quicker than he had been so far this weekend. Lovely drone shot there. As we get ready for the warm-up lap.
16 on the starting grid. Anupam with a nice little wheelie to show that he's in fun form. Kazma Daniel was the fastest, a 2:08.709. Helmi Asman alongside him was just 200 slower for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. His teammate Karel Idampawi, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, in P3.
Yesterday's race winner, Mr. Tenacious A, Adananta Putra, starts 4th for Astra Honda Racing Team. Wayan Nugroho, he was quick yesterday and in warm-up this morning. He will start 5th. 6th, Sharafuddin Azman.
In P7, step up from 250s to 600s is tough for Reza Danaga Arons. Astra Honda Racing Team, he's alongside Erjan Atna Ferdaus, last season's 250 champion, and Rocco Sessler, who's learning race by race for Team One for All, the young German.
And Tanak Longtao for Honda Racing Thailand starts 10th from row 4. He's on really good form and in really good spirits. Ferozi Torkatullah, another of the promotees from AP250, and McKinley Kyle Paz, who has more of a turn of speed, starts 12th.
I always glance to my right and my co-commentator whenever the ties come into play. Kitsada Tanachot for Honda Racing Thailand and Jakripat Purtasam, Honda Racing Thailand, alongside Shah Juntong for Victor Racing on row 5.
And on row 6, on his own, but he won't be for long. Anupam Samoon, the warrior, will be fighting his way up towards the front. He went 16 to P3 yesterday. What can he do today?
Well, we know we'll have a go. That's the one thing. There's the bike 500. And he's just trying to foil us by leading in the formation lap. It doesn't quite work like that, Anupam.
Yeah, that's quite a lead that Adananta has got in the championship. 19 points at this stage. 2 wins and a third, without looking at the stats. But yeah, really good performance from him so far, while others have been less consistent.
Anupam, despite that starting from the back of the grid, a P3 yesterday, a P2 and a P5 in Buriram. Kazma Daniel, a DNF in Buriram in a shortest season. And what are we? We're 12 races this season. You can't afford to throw points away. Can't have too many DNFs.
Exactly. And there goes Helmi Asman, who fancies the win here from the middle of the front row. The number 20 there is Chakrapat Padisan for Honda Racing Thailand. Had a couple of heavy knocks this weekend, but on the grid, Reza Danica, the familiar number 1, 2, 3, and gliding his way towards pole position is Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, the number 27.
Who's looking a lot happier this season. This new bike, this new format that he's got on the Hongleong Yamaha racing bike.
Yeah, he pretty much shrugged off that mugging he got in race 1 yesterday. Let's see what happens today.
10 laps of the track. Red lights are out. Supersport 600 is a go, and Anupam Samoon is off to a flyer as we expected already. Overtaken 1, 2, 3. Look at him on the left-hand side as Kazma Daniel glides into the lead at number 1. And Anupam Samoon has made himself at least 3 places.
Yeah, similar start to yesterday from Anupam. Said he would make it funny. Well, let's see.
We've got a casualty.
Oh, it's one of the Hondas. Which one is that?
Is that one of the Thai?
I think it's one of the Astras.
So it could be Herjam, could be Reza Danica. We'll get confirmation in just a second. But in the meantime, Kazma Daniel, it's Tanat Langdo actually, Honda Racing Thailand, who is out. Tanat has taken an early fall. He'll try to get back on the bike. But that first turn, 1, 2, 3, can be so difficult to negotiate.
At the moment, and there's a little bit of daylight between the front two. That's Kazma Daniel being chased by fellow Malaysian Khalid Idampawi. Helmi Asman back in 4th.
Adananta Putra quietly in P3. It's unfair to call it a mugging yesterday, but we certainly didn't expect it as Helmi comes through on the inside of Wainagroho to take himself into P4. Helmi, who started in P2, so he didn't get off the line the quickest, Helmi. I think we were so busy looking on Anupam Samoon and the start that he'd made, kind of ignored Helmi, assuming that he'd get off to a flying start, but he didn't.
Yeah, but it was a really good start for the pole sitter, Kazma Daniel.
Kazma and Kip in 1, 2. Yamaha Honda. Behind them, Adananta Putra, Astra Honda, the championship leader. As they come towards the end of the first of 10 laps, Helmi Asman, nice tight line into turn 15. If he can hold on, he'll be in P3, and he does indeed hold on. Ahead of Adananta Putra, and that's a fast start from Helmi Asman, who's up into P3, and Khalid Idampawi's gone into the lead as well. Malaysia 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, good work there from the Indonesian Wainagroho, who we've seen flashes of brilliance since he joined this category at the beginning of 2024. He moves up into P4 as they go into turn 2. Now Kip has got to the front ahead of Kazma. Adananta currently in P3. So there's a little breakaway of 5 bikes. Kip, Kazma, Adananta, Wainagroho and Helmi Asman currently 5th.
When are we going to see Khalid Idampawi return to the form we know he's capable of? There he is, bike 44, leading the way. Kazma Daniel, such an exciting athlete in P2. Wainagroho, credit to him, he's holding on there as well as he's got ahead of Helmi. I really thought Helmi was going to make a charge for the front, but he's lost those 2 places that he won.
Yeah, all not right so far with Helmi as he takes a look up the inside of Wayu, but there's no room there. There goes the number 36 of Ferozi Torakatula leading the group behind for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Kazma looks on the outside and then looks for the switchback. Khalid Pawi just closes the gap. Adananta Putra smells a little bit of space and is then snuffed out by Kazma Daniel. Ooh, this is great stuff. Early stages.
It is brilliant. And the nature of the Hondas means that managing them over race distance, they've got more stability than the Yamahas. The Yamahas move around more on the straights, so a little bit quicker through the corners. Wainagroho having a look up the inside there.
Adananta Putra is the man who's gone into the lead. Well, he left it late yesterday. This time he's decided 9 laps to go.
And let's just do an Anupam check as we are watching here. The group behind is being led by Ferozi.
Well, Adananta cuts inside too. Sorry, I cut you off. Anupam, the Anupam check, he's in P11. He left it late yesterday, but this is a big gap between 1 and 5 and the rest. It's over 2 seconds.
And 3 seconds back to Anupam. As you said, Des, in P11 currently. He really needs to find his way through. But there's so many good riders here. There's such an even pace between them. Leaders lapping in the late 210s, yeah. Early 211s.
Wainagroho, they must have done some great work on that Yamaha.
Yeah, all the way down to P12, Mikhail Paz. He's doing 211s. So very difficult for Anupam to make his way through.
And Kazma is being dropped down. He's now dropped down to P5. As Adananta Putra leads the way, Helmi Asman's got himself in a nice position to try and glide through up the turn at 9. A little bit of contact. Just pushes his teammate, Khalid Pawi, out. And then again, Helmi looks to accelerate through. Can't find any space ahead of Wainagroho. This is the best we've seen Wainagroho race.
Yes, it is. Always good to see somebody just finding the pace, finding the way through as these teammates.
Yeah, they're teammates.
Exchange a little bit of paintwork. Should be matching though.
Adananta Putra leads the way. Nagroho, a very, very fast sector 3. Ferozi Torakatula, a very fast sector 3 as well in the group behind. The group behind are closing in on the leading group of 5. Because this leading group of 5 are fighting, are racing. And so look how close that one is. You've got your first group of 5 and a second group of 6, which includes Anupam Samoon.
Yep, Wainagroho is the rider with the fastest lap so far. Ooh, that won't be any improvement on that one, as he gets a bit tangled up going into turn 1, moves to the rear of that group, just ahead of Kazma.
Helmi looking determined. Helmi right on the tail of Adananta Putra. Again, Helmi was rather stymied by the fact he had to take the long lap penalty yesterday, but now he's into the lead just before halfway. Mohamed Helmi Asman, the Prince of Sepang, or one of the Princes of Sepang anyway. And it looks like he's being able to accelerate away from Adananta Putra. He'll have the lines right, and he's put 20 meters, 30 meters between the two. A little bit of a wobble as he goes off the main track. Adananta and Khalid Pawi are there, and Wainagroho, who's stayed close despite being stood up. And Kazma Daniel's going backwards, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he is. He's dropping to the rear. Very determined Helmi Asman. And Khalid Pawi. And look at that, Anupam. He has suddenly made up a whole load of places, Des. And he is He's going to make his way. He's going to make his way up here. Let's have a look at the lap times now. Anupab last time around 2:11. Yeah, he's lapping faster than. Yeah, last time around, lapping faster than everyone except Sharafuddin Azman, actually.
And that's in traffic. He's been coming through traffic. So expect Anupab to maybe get close. He's still got more than half the race to go.
Yeah, he knows it. And
Helmi leads the way. The bike number 500 is in our leading shot. Helmi ahead of Karolidon Pawi, Adananta Putra and Waino Groho, who's hanging in there. Good old Waino Groho. He has picked up a podium in Buriram, so his form is good, but he's not one of the names you automatically think will really go for it up at the top of these such a competitive Supersport 600.
Yeah, Kit takes the lead under braking into turn 1 this time around. Helmi behind him, Adananta behind him, and then Waino Groho. Kazma a few bike lengths back to him.
Now, is this where we maybe get a couple of laps of the guys not racing, just trying to conserve their tyres so that they've got a little bit of energy left for the final 5 laps, the final half of the race? But Karolidon Pawi doesn't look like he's conserving anything there. And neither, to be fair, does Helmi Azman.
Now, all these leaders are on the edge.
Karolidon Pawi a 2:10.6.
Yeah, I was just going to say the pace increased on that last lap. And Sharafuddin Azman, again, a very fast lap from him. Fastest, no, not quite, but Anupab doing the same lap times as the 2 leaders.
Multiple lead changes. Helmi Azman retakes the lead for the 3rd time in this race. He started in P2. He got off a little bit sluggishly, in inverted commas, off the line. Has manufactured his way back into top position. Waino Groho is there. Anupab Samu, the shadow of Anupab, is there.
P7, he's got a really quick Sharafuddin Azman in front of him. So he's got his work cut out now.
Adananta goes a little bit wide, and Adananta loses out to Kazma Daniel.
Hand up.
Adananta Putra is out.
Oh, that 19-point championship lead is disappearing. You can see the frustration from the Indonesian. He takes a look around.
No oil left on the circuit, and well, he's carrying on.
I think he can do. Is he going to come straight into pit lane? Yes.
He stayed out, I think. In the meantime, Helmi and Karolidon Pawi and Waino Groho, they carry on. Anupab Samun is up into P5. As yet, it is into pit lane indeed for the championship leader, Adananta Putra.
Very unfortunate, and what a rare breakdown for an Astra Honda. Disappointing. Just as you thought he was going to get a grip on the championship.
Well, as we just wait for the reaction from inside, let's look at Anupab Samu. Yamaha Thailand Racing, he started, remember, in P16. He's up into P5 and he has got time. Devastated, Adananta.
Tears from Adananta. He's such a ferocious competitor. He loves his racing so much. He really felt this was his year. He missed out last year, despite chasing Apiwat Mongtanan as hard as he did. Waino Groho has got, still got P4, and he's got Kazma Daniel and Anupab Samun behind him. He's really got his hands full.
And Sharafuddin Azman as well. Sharafuddin's just hanging on to the back wheel of Anupab. If Anupab's going to be quick and I can stick close to him, I'm going to have a chance, says Sharafuddin Azman.
Yeah, his lap times have been decent, but he's some way back, Sharafuddin Azman.
Anupab a very, very quick sector 1 on this lap. He's closing in on Kazma Daniel, who seems to be riding within himself, Kazma.
3 Yamahas currently fighting for P3, trying to get it away from Waino Groho.
Helmi without a podium this season. We know he's more than capable. Carl Idampawi is in P2. Carl Idampawi, no podium this season. Are they able to change that over the next 4 laps or so? They come through. The lead for the front two is quite a big one. It's over a second that they've got from Kazma Daniel. Anupam is looking for P4.
Look at Kazma Daniel. I was watching those 3 Yamahas. What would happen into turn 1? Well, Kazma decided to take the initiative. He's got himself ahead of Wayne Groho and Anupam, has got Sharafuddin Azman right behind him.
Yeah, Sharafuddin's not out of this. Certainly not in terms of a podium for P3 at the moment. Beyond them, Herjanatna is in 7. McKinley Kalpaz has just posted a 2:11. That's good. And Ferozzi's also a mid 2:11s. Reza Danica, Rocco Sessler, all in the 2:11s.
Kazma on the podium as it stands.
Long way to go, Barry.
P3, yeah, it is a long way to go.
Particularly when you've got that number 500 breathing down your neck.
Yeah, he knows he's got time. He will have managed his tyres as well, because he hasn't really gone crazy, Anupam. And there he goes, past Waira Groho.
P4, from P16 up to P4. Just got out of shape there, but is able to hold on ahead of Waira Groho. Sharafuddin still holds on. Let's not forget Sharafuddin, as he has a look on the inside of Waira Groho.
Yeah, his pace has been good since the first few laps. This is the top brass from Yamaha look on. That was the tie side of Yamaha we were looking at just then.
Helmi Azman. It was a good performance from Helmi yesterday. I know it's P6, but that was with that long lap penalty.
Yeah, good damage limitation. He's leaving Khalid Mpawi behind him. So the question is, with 3 laps remaining, what will happen? There's 3 rapid Yamahas behind him, particularly Kazma, particularly Anupam.
A 2:10.2, the fastest lap of the race so far from Helmi Azman. And that's what enabled him to pull away from Khalid Mpawi on lap 7.
That's championship style, really good riding from Helmi. He's been expecting a lot of himself this weekend. As you said, there's good damage limitation yesterday. And an increasingly convincing lead today.
Kazma Daniel, bike number 27. This is the battle for P3. Gosh, Anupam, what a weekend. I mean, obviously crashing out. Oh, going around the outside. Kazma is working so hard to hold on to P3. And Waina Groho, who's come back into this as well. Those 3 Yamahas, are they working with each other? Are they competing against each other? Are they helping each other?
That's a really good question, Des. I don't think they are. I think it's getting close enough to the end of the race that they're going to stop cooperating. And they are pulling.
They're pulling closer to Khalid Mpawi.
Yeah, they're drawing him in, aren't they? This is going to be interesting. I think they could catch him. They could be competing for the second step of the podium, assuming that Helmi doesn't concede anything at the front, and that looks very unlikely.
Helmi Azman looking in fine form at the front.
Really good riding from these 2, Kazma and Anupam. I believe they quite like each other, these 2. But at the moment, not so much, maybe.
Helmi won one of the races here at Sepang in last season's SS 600. It looks like with 2 laps to go, he might be on a way to another victory. He's got a 2-second advantage over Khalid Mpawi. And Kip at one stage was competing for P1. Now Kip is under real pressure from Kazma Daniel, from Anupam Samu, from Waina Groho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and still Sharafuddin Azman, bike 63. Don't count him out completely.
And look how this is tightening up now. It's a battle for P2 unfolding.
That was a wobble there from Anupam. That'll just get his adrenaline going even higher. Brilliant from Helmi, brilliant. Karel Dempawi knows that he's got Kazma for company. Kazma knows that Anupam Samun is there for company. Here's the little wobble.
There he is, he just kept the power on. Lost a little bit more off his rear tyre, the right side of his rear tyre. But untroubled at the front with a 2-second plus lead. Karel Dempawi has got a fellow Malaysian on a Yamaha behind him.
It's a high-speed train coming in P2.
This is really good from all those 5 riders in that battle for the podium.
Where would you rather be? Rather be leading this group or just being able to see what's going on?
I think Kazma's in a good position just behind Karel Dempawi now. Karel Dempawi isn't giving up that advantage.
It's not in his nature to.
It was just about 6/10 last time they went across, and it looked as though they were sucking him in. Oh, and down goes Kazma, Daniel Kazmaudin.
Kazma crashes out. The pole sitter will not have a podium here. He's up and walking and would like to see that he's all right, but oh, he'll be devastated mentally.
So that does put Anupam on the podium once again after starting 16th. He's now up into 3rd. Well, he's got Wayne Agroho behind him.
Final lap.
He's got Karel Dempawi in front of him. What can he do? As we look at the stricken Kazma, that shows how much pressure there was on him. That Yamaha of Anupam moving around a lot. He doesn't mind bikes moving around under him.
Karel Dempawi has maintained this lead over Anupam.
He's doing a really good job there in P3.
Helmi Asman.
P2, sorry.
Supreme. Nearly 2.5 seconds clear, Helmi. This is a fabulous individual performance with what's been going on behind. Again, we've not really given him the kudos that he deserves. But Helmi Asman proving that it is a princely performance. He is the Prince of Sepang. Behind them, Karel Dempawi, if he can hold on under this pressure and Anupam is getting closer and closer, it'll be a fabulous performance from Karel Dempawi. But Anupam is closing in, Barry Russell.
Look at that on-bike body language.
But Rosie went out with 1 lap to go. Adelanto Putra, mechanical problems, but nonetheless, yeah, I quite agree with you.
That means a lot. I thought he'd smashed his screen earlier on in his post-race celebration, Helmi Asman, but that means a lot. He knew he needed to deliver something special this weekend at Sepang, He was handicapped yesterday, not so today. He fought really well. He outpaced some really high quality competition, some really determined competition, and taken a well-deserved victory. The Prince of Sepang is back.
Absolutely. A win here last year, a win here this year. And it'll catapult him up the championship standings, particularly with Adananto Putra dropping out and picking up 0 points, I'm assuming. Yeah, he never was able to get the bike back going.
No, heartbreak indeed for Adananto Putra.
And heartbreak also for Kazma Daniel. Helmi Asman wins it by 2.3 seconds, slowing down. Khalid Mpawi, in the end, 2/10 clear of Anupab Sarmoon. Well done, Khalid Mpawi. He held on. Sharafuddin Asman just getting ahead of Wayan Nugroho for P4. That's a good day for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia 1, 2 and 4. Wayan Nugroho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P5. Excellent performance. McKinley Kalpaz, he said he'd be quicker. He was quicker. Picks up 10 points for P6 on the Yamaha. Herjan Atner, quietly effective in P7. Rocco Sessler stayed on the bike. You'll pick up points ahead of Reza Danica Arons for Astra Honda Racing. Kitsada Tanacho in P10 ahead of Jack Ripat in P11. Sharjah Tong in P12 for Victor Racing. Kazma, oh, he actually got back on the bike and will pick up some points there. It'll be 3 points for Kazma, which could be important come the end of the season. Ferozi Torkatola also picked his bike up and finished the race, 1 minute and 42 down, but no points for Adananta or for Tanat Laong Pliao. Well, loving this.
Absolutely, lots of drama that will affect the championship significantly. Helmi still celebrating. Yeah. After the battle comes the joy, and hugs for Anupab in Park Ferme, who's done a fantastic job on both days to come through from a P16 grid start to P3, put himself on the podium. Keep the tight flag flying for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team.
Well, this is the Park Ferme. This is where all the celebrations come through, but I tell you, Sharafuddin Asman will be fairly happy. McKinley Kalpaz will be not patting himself on the back, but be saying, hey, there's some real development coming on from our team here.
Yeah, I think Herjan Atnam making some steps, and Rocco Sessler too, who finished in P8. So there we are, a well-deserved, joyous celebration for Helmi Asman. Yeah. And tears among the mechanics there. They knew how much this meant to him. He and Helmi made it clear he was really putting himself on the line this weekend. And heartbreak for two of the championship contenders. That's one of them, number 27, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. That late error.
But I wonder if the 3 points that he collected by picking up the bike out of the gravel and completing the race might be useful at the end of the season.
He's a pro. He knows he has to pick up points if he possibly can.
Race highlights of the Supersport 600cc race number 2. Anupab Sarmoon starting right at the very back. After problems in qualifying, he picked up 3 places very early on. But it was Kazma Daniel, bike number 27, on pole position, who would get off to a healthy start. But fairly soon, after an early problem for Tanat Leongkleo, we would see some real work coming in from bike number 32, Helmi Asman. Helmi started in P2, not the best start by Russell, but he was able to weave his way through the pack and then get himself into the lead.
Yeah, out of those 3 Idemitsu Hondas, it was Kip who made the strongest early showing. And of course, Adananta Putra showed his hand earlier in this race, although that was to end sadly for the brilliant young Indonesian. With a group of 5 here fighting it out at the front, and a long, long way back in that second group at this point was the number 500, Anupab Sarmoon.
Anupab would come through to take a podium, but by now you've got Helmi going. Adnan Antapucha, bike 21, right of your screen. Engine problems meant that he would not finish this race, and after 2 wins and a P3, the championship leader will retain the championship lead, but only by a couple of points. And Anupab Sarmoon's brilliant weekend, well, 2 podiums from 16th place, Harry, that's nothing to be sniffed at.
Nothing to be sniffed at all, and worth a victory, really. He can go away, and the team can go away very pleased with their work this weekend, especially after Crittipak's win in 250s, incidentally.
Then a problem, Kazma
goes.
Daniel in P2. Is that just a loss of concentration?
I think it just shows, it reflects how hard he was pushing there. So much pressure there.
So we saw earlier that Kazma was in a great nick and then would, well, that's him. That's the mistake once again.
Yeah, he had Anupab all over him at the time. Just pushed a little bit too hard and tucked the front. But look at that lead. It's about 2.5 seconds at this point for Helmi Asman, ahead of his teammate Karaladin Pawi.
I really didn't think Karaladin Pawi would be able to hold on, but he did. He's such a brave racer. And he just takes a nice line. He knows that Anupab is going to try and dart through on the inside. So Karaladin Pawi says, I'll take my line. Helmi Asman takes his first win of the season. Kip gets 20 points for P2. It's an Anupab 32-point weekend, having started the back of the grid on both days. So I think there's a lot of riders with a lot to be very happy about.
Yep, and a wide open championship for Supersport 600. Sometimes a rider will run away at the beginning of the season, and the season might change.
Yes,
and
you deserve a bow.
bows to the crowd. Yeah,
quite right.
Absolutely.
Quite right. Anupab Sarmoon. That's 3 podiums in a row. A P5, a P2, and now back-to-back P3s for Karaladin Pawi. For him, it's a first podium of the season. A P12, a P7, a P5, now a P2. And Helmi Asman, first win of the season.
That's it, one of the brightest smiles in the paddock as he leaps onto the top step of the podium.
He's not the tallest, that's a big leap for him. And now let's listen to the Malaysian national anthem, Negaraku. Very happy young fella. Quite right too. Helmi Asman. He's for long been highly regarded in Malaysia. We've known him since the Underbone days. Supersports, 3rd position. Encik Abdul Aziz bin Abdul Rahman, Timbalan Ketua Pengath, Jaharta Belia Sukan Nagara, handing out the award.
In second place, from Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, from Malaysia.
Second place being handed out by Toyokazu Honda, Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific.
In first place, from Idemitsu Honda
And also
Racing
to
Malaysia,
the very happy
from
winner,
Malaysia, Muhammad Helmi Azman.
Helmi Azman. He's chopped to bits, isn't he? Mind that helmet.
Yeah, he was frustrated with his form on Friday. Knew he could do better, said so, and he's done it.
Best team for race 2 for the Super Sport 600.
Mr. Stan Yusahiro, FIM Asia Deputy President, hands out the Best Team Award, and quite rightly. That Best Team Award to Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, thoroughly deserved. 1, 2 and 4, not a bad day at the office for the team. So confirmation, Anupam Samu, brilliant weekend, got to enjoy that. Khalid and Pawi, thrilled for him. Helmi Azman, superb. How can be happy for three people at the same time?
Because we're neutral. That's why, Des.
And what it means to the standings. In just a moment, we'll tell you. Adelanto Putra, I can tell you, is top. Here are the standings. Adelanto Putra is top of the pile, just 4 points clear of Anupam Samun. Helmi Azman, 10 points down on 57 points. Kazma Daniel, 47. That could be so important, those 3 points he's picked up there. Caroline Pawi, 43. Waina Grohu, 42. McKinley Kalpaz, 37. Tanat Leong Pliao on 36 for Honda Racing Thailand. They are your top 8. Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogas and let's get some post-race reaction from a very happy Helmi Azman.
Anupam, double P3 from last place is a fantastic result, but today was much more difficult. Can you tell us about the race?
Yes, today we think we will keep the point for the standing. In the today, I just thinking funny, make a funny, follow learning from the some rider, find some setting for the next round. And today is very competitive. I can on top the podium P3. I will keep everything for the homework. I will do the homework, many homework for the Japan round. I would like to say thank you my team, Yamaha Thailand Racing team, and all sponsor and all support, and many cheer from Thailand, from Malaysia, from everywhere. Thank you so much for today, Kap.
Thank you so much, Anupam. Brilliant results this weekend. And in second place, on home soil, Khairul Idampawi. Kip, it was a brilliant race from you this time around. The weekend hasn't been easy at all for you and Damok. But Helmi led the way and you were putting in a charge with Helmi, but just at the end, just lost out of touch a little bit. Can you tell us what happened there?
Yes, Alhamdulillah. It's been a really quite difficult weekend for me. This weekend I was struggle on the rear grip. Also yesterday in the race 1, and we tried to find many things on the bike, but we didn't have the good feeling in general. So in the race 2, we make some change, and I just close the eyes and try to do what I can give. And finally we are in the second. So I'm happy for today and happy also for helping me win the race. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kip. Big congratulations. And race winner for race 2 in the Super Sport 600, Helmi Azman. Helmi, you were a superstar in the early practice sessions. Race 1, however, didn't go exactly as planned, but race 2, absolutely brilliant. You pulled a massive gap at the end. Tell us about this race.
Yes, this race, of course, I want to target on the top because yesterday long lap penalty made me destroy. So I just try this race, give more 100% what I have here. So yeah, Alhamdulillah, syukur rezeki, and this is for my team and also for my family and all for the supporter and also the all sponsor. And I would like to say thank you also for the God because help me for this race. And yes, this win, of course, I want to be motivated for the next race.
Thank you so much, Helmi. Big congratulations.
Little kiss to the camera as well from Helmi Asman. That's a very, very good weekend for him. As he said, he recovered from the long lap penalty yesterday to take the win today. So I think there's quite a few people can be happy with their weekend's work. Right, coming up next, the finale of this weekend's action from Sepang International Circuit. We move to the superbikes, to the big boys. It's the 1000cc championship coming after a very short break. We'll be back in 2 minutes' time in the Asia Road Racing Championships.
The engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
A very warm, and I mean that literally, welcome back to the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, live from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. Round 2 of 6 of the Asia Road Racing Championship season. And this is the final race of the weekend, and it's the superbikes. We always save the big boys till last, and the 1000cc guys are up for us. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkle. It's been a great day's entertainment, a great weekend's entertainment, Barry Russell. Firstly, let's look back at what happened in yesterday's superbikes race.
What a thriller it was.
The BMW light blue livery, very easy to see. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman was there, but the guys we're looking for, Azroy Hakim Anwar, he was very much in the mix of things. The championship leader, Chip Nakarin, wouldn't have things his own way yesterday, the bike number 41. He's in the leading group at the start, as is Hafiz Sharon on the JDT blue colours.
Yeah, and it was a really poor launch there for Apiwat Pongtananon, who got overtaken actually by his teammate who started from the second row, Aslan Shah. But he quickly got on the pace and started making his way back up at this point. Hafiz Sharin showing really well after a good performance in qualifying. He was in P3 by the time we got to 1/3 distance. Nakarin overtaken there by Apiwat.
Azroy Hakim Anwar also taking his turn at the front. Then a slight mistake from Hafiz, who was involved in some real drama. And then Apiwat, he didn't start well. He never really looked comfortable. He went out midway through the race. But I tell you, Hafiz Shari was involved in so many incidents. He was scrapping and battling the man in the blue, although he would come through in second place.
Yeah, and there was Nakarin going down with 5 laps to go. We thought that was it because that was a really heavy crash. We later discovered that he picked the thing up and finished in 9th place.
Remarkably, there's another moment. Meantime, Azroy Hakim Anwar, the other prince of Sepang, he was serenely making his way through to the front and would take a relatively comfortable victory by 2.75 seconds in the end. Behind them were all kinds of shenanigans going on, mainly around the man in blue, Hafiz Sharin, but somehow Hafiz would hold on to P2.
Yeah, Zakwan, and at this point Andy Farid really making a determined run. This was what we expected to see at this point from Andy Farid, to come late and cause some upset at the front, but there was his first of 3 mistakes. He ran wide, and then we didn't see it on camera, but he went into the gravel trap at this turn. So he was out of contention. Zakwan Zaidi very much in contention. Zakwan versus Hafiz. What a battle this was.
The win goes to Azroy Hakim Anwar. Zakwan went wide on the final corner. That enabled Hafiz to come through in P2. He was very happy. The team was very relieved. Azroy and family were very delighted to take the victory.
That was a fantastic performance from Azroy around this 5.5 kilometre circuit at Sepang. So we're going to go down to Daniel Bogus for some pre-race comments.
Conditions haven't changed much since the Super Sports 600 race earlier, but it's still pretty hot here. You can see the fans out. Hafiz has got a fan pointing into his suit right now. Hafiz, nothing new in Sepang. We've had conditions like these in the past, and really super hot. How does this affect your tire setup or overall setup at all, if it affects?
Yesterday was quite good. A little bit cold than today, but today is more warm and more hot, sunny, and we will see. Anything can happen in the race, but I try to manage my tire wear. Yesterday I've been fighting with the Honda, many Honda on the between middle of me, so we will see again. Today is another day. I hope I can give another fantastic challenge and fight again with the rest of the rider, because Azroy rode very good yesterday, and I've been fighting in the behind so they can pull away a bit. But today I hope I can do a better step.
Brilliant, Hafiz. Thank you so much. Good luck with this one. And now we're going to make our way down to row 2 with a rider who was super strong last season in his rookie year, but this season has a different challenge in his hands and crashed out yesterday as well. It's Andy Farid Izdihar. Try grab a quick word with Andy. Let's see if we can jump in. So Andy, yesterday was a difficult one for you. It was a tough race, but you managed to get the pace towards the end, and we all thought it was going to be a podium challenge. Can you tell us, how's it looking now with hotter conditions?
Yeah, today will be very hot, much more than yesterday. I just need to concentrate, manage well the tire, and let's see where we can arrive. But the yesterday pace was good. I think we can fight for the podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck. We're going to try to get a few more interviews while we can before we get hurried off from the grid. We're going to chat with Kito. Fans in the stands here, actually. It's quite nice to see. So we're going to try and grab a quick word with Kito. He's just going to get his gear on. Let's see if we can jump in for a quick one. I think this is going to be a bit of a struggle to try and capture. Let's try. Okay, Kito's just drinking his water. Kito, give me a quick word. So the heat now is quite high. Will this affect your tire wear? Will it differentiate on how you manage the race now?
I think very difficult tire management for this race because of very high temperature. Yeah. But I think push only. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kito. Good luck for this one. And we're going to try and grab the last interview with Joe Francis, all the way from the UK. So Joe, you've been looking really good on the R1. You've set the fastest time for Victor on this R1 for a long time. So how's it looking for this race?
Yeah, obviously the temperature's a lot higher today, so I'm expecting maybe a bit more greasy conditions. So I'm not used to that, so I'll be learning as I go. But I think, considering I've not rode for one whole year any bikes since 12 months ago because I had an injury, so for the first time riding a bike, first time at Sepang, I don't think we're doing a bad job. So just laps we need.
Thank you so much, Joe. And welcome back to ARC and welcome back to racing.
Thank you.
And now we're going to try and grab Sal Khan from the still on the grid. If not, we'll find him later on when the race is gone. Sal's back there, so we're going to try and make our way down. But before that, we're going to head back to Desonberry because the bikes are about to set off.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Great job down on the pit lane. And you've done well to keep your cool in such hot conditions, and good insights from the racers. And you're quite right to talk to the likes of Joe Francis, and welcome back to him. It's great to get the variety of racers and also one or two variety of tyres for us.
Yes, very few changes from yesterday, but let's look at the grid first.
Indeed, let's do that. My apologies. Apiwat Wongtanan on pole position on the BMW. He'll be hoping for a better result than yesterday. Hafiz Sharin will be hoping for less scares than yesterday on the Ducati for JDT Racing Team. Ajroy Hakim Anwar will be looking for a repeat of yesterday for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
Zakwan was ferocious yesterday in his pursuit of Hafiz. Next to him is Aslan Shah, and outside of him, Andy Farid is Dihar.
Chip Nakarin had a difficult time yesterday on bike number 41. Kito Abe for SDG Hark Pro Philippines on the Honda is in P8 alongside Adam Noradin, who had some really good moments on the Suzuki. Good to see them on the grid, bike number 77.
Qualifying 10th, Lachlan Epis. He'll be hoping for better things today. More of that later. Joe Francis, we just heard from. Great to see him on the grid. And Akita Haga on that gorgeous Tatara Aprilia starts 12th.
On the final row of the grid, we will have Cameron Dunker from Motogo Yamaha Racing Team. Good to get the Aussies here and the Brits. Chio Yu Jo from Savitar Racing is a regular, the Malaysian. Mohammed Fahmi Abdul Wahab for FGRT Project One on the Ducati. He'll be looking to gain experience, as we heard with Joe Francis as well. But at the very top, there's guys with genuine championship credentials. Chip Nakarin, who's top of the standings with 57 points, a point clear of Zakwan Zaidi, who's on 56. Hafiz on 47. Ajroy Hakim on 45. Kito Abe on 40. There's several out there, and we haven't even mentioned Andy Farid, Aslan Shah, who's a previous champion, and Apiwat Wongtanan, who's had 2 DNFs in a row.
Yeah, and also set the fastest ever qualifying time around the Sepang International Circuit yesterday. So mixed weekend for the Thai rider. He'll be hoping for better reliability, as will Lachlan Epis just going through there. We heard from technical director Greg Epis from Savitar Team Asia that they had gear change problems caused by electronics. They've gone back to some old electronics to try and fix it. Des, what have you seen?
Several riders were actually just pointing to something off the track, but it was them just gliding around. The green flags are on, so there's nothing there, but one or two did look a little bit disturbed. Nonetheless, we're okay. Adam Noradin, bike 77 in the black. He knows Sepang like the back of his hand.
And isn't it good to see him on a Suzuki? The Suzuki down on speed, so he'll need to get a good start. He'll need to get into some slipstreams to make that Suzuki work, because it's a very sweet handling machine. And he's a very, very accomplished, skilled rider.
On the grid, BMW, Ducati, Honda, Suzuki, Yamaha, Aprilia. Marvellous.
Yep, we absolutely love it.
Chip Nakarin, the championship leader. The pole sitter, Apiwat Wongtanan, both from Thailand. Alongside him, in the JDT blue, Hafiz Sharin. Alongside him, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia's Ajroy Hakim Anwar. 12 laps of the track. We're underway. Is everybody off safely? Yes is the answer. Slow for Fahmi Abdul Wahab, but up the front, Hafiz has got off to a bit of a flyer, as has Ajroy Hakim. Indeed, it's the bike number 20, Ajroy Hakim, who goes through. Hafiz immediately forced to stand up, and somebody went very, very, very wide. Was that Aslan?
I think that was Aslan, but a much better start this time for his teammate Apiwat Wongtananon, who got away from pole badly yesterday. He's up into P2.
Indeed, Apiwat Wongtananon didn't get off to the best of starts, but that beautiful looking BMW, that Bike 24, now glides into the lead. We're expecting a lot from Apiwat. We're expecting a lot from this BMW pairing. And Azroy Hakim is immediately trying to wrest that lead position back, because there's a fear if the BMW gets away from you, and he hasn't this time, because Azroy's slung himself back into the front, but you fear the BMW, if it gets away from you, will really get away from you.
Yeah, really fast bike. Oh, error there from Azroy. That's put him back to, what, seventh, yeah.
Well, he was just forced away, wasn't he? He was desperately trying to stay close. Instead, it's Hafiz. And both BMWs are up in the top 6, top 5. Aslan took a really wide first corner.
As it is, BMW, Ducati, Honda, BMW. Sorry, Honda, BMW.
What damage did that do to Azroy Hakim Anwar? Winner yesterday, and look at that, Hafiz Sharin goes through. They said something just clicked in practice on Friday, and although he had 1 or 2 problems holding the back end of that powerful Ducati, Hafiz Sharin yesterday, he was able to drive through into P2 in the end. Highlight reel in its own right, and here he's in the lead at the end of lap number 1.
Zakwan and Aslan, the 2 Malaysians, getting tangled up with each other a little bit, lost some ground there. Andy Farid has moved up into 3rd. A relatively early appearance from the brilliant Indonesian. And Chip Nakarin holding 4th, just ahead of Aslan Shah Kamarazaman.
Hafiz Sharan just had 1 win on his debut season last year, coming 3rd in the overall championship standings, looking to improve this year. Tell you what, if they do it with this kind of field, it'll be an impressive appearance for JDT, but there's a long, long way to go. But at the moment, the Ducati is behaving.
Yeah, Hafiz would love to get away so he doesn't have to go through another dogfight like he did yesterday. But he's got Apiwat behind him, who does like a bit of a scrap.
Apiwat 24, Aslan Shah Kamarazaman is also in there, and Andy Farid Izdahar, who we thought had timed it absolutely perfectly in yesterday's race. He loves to whisper his way up the field and then make an attack in the final stages, Andy Farid. He was in prime position to do that and then made a mistake, Andy Farid, which is very unlike him.
Yeah, he usually whispers his way up, as you say, Des, and then delivers a knockout blow right at the end.
At the moment, it's a good start for Hafiz on the Ducati.
Azroy recovering from that early error, yesterday's convincing winner.
Got himself up into P4. Early lap times in the high 210s, low 211s. Zakwan Zaidi slipped out a little bit.
Yeah, further back than you'd imagine, Zakwan Zaidi and Chip Nakarin.
Just ahead.
Azroy showing his pace there, sorry Des.
Just ahead of Adam Noradin was Zakwan Zaidi at the tail end, but as they come through at the end of lap number 2, we'll have a look at the timings, and 1.9 seconds, 2.1 seconds separate the front 9.
And staying in touch with this group is Adam Noradin on the AMI Suzuki, so that's good to see. He needs a tow to keep himself in touch. What a fantastic job he's done this weekend. There's a tiny little gap just starts to appear behind Hafiz Sharin.
Azroy Hakim just posted a 2:06.1 lap. That's the fastest out there so far to get himself back into P3 after that little mistake that he made.
Looks like he got really strong in sector 3. He got right up, closed the gap with Hafiz. And Zakwan further back than we would have expected.
As usual, he's competing at the top of the championship standings. Former champion himself at 600 and 1,000. Looking to become the first 4-time winner. Zakwan Zaidi, second in this championship standings, 1 point off Chip Nakarim. But you suspect this one is going to go right the way down to the final race of the season in Buriram in early December.
Looks like Aslan might be dropping off slightly behind Kito Abe, who is up there again. He came late in the race yesterday. Impressive ride from Kito Abe yesterday, which we missed because we were so involved in the battle at the front.
Azroy just stands up Apiwat Wong Tananon and pushes his way through, barges his way through to P1. Gosh, he likes this circuit. He won yesterday, Azroy, and now he's got himself back into P2, and he's the man right on the tail of Hafiz, who leads once again going through the end of lap 3, but he's not been able to pull away on the Ducati Panigale. He's looked clean though, Hafiz. He's looked in control of this machine, which is got a big kick on it.
Yeah, Kito Abe up into 4th. He's got Andy Farid behind him. Kito was worried in his comments with Daniel on the grid about tyre management in these hot conditions. Well, he's got Andy Farid behind him. He needs to be concerned. Azroy and Hafiz putting a gap between themselves and Apiwat at the moment. Adam Noradin just about hanging on.
New leader, Azroy Hakim Anwar, back into the lead ahead of Hafiz. As usual, we go to the JDT pit lane for reaction. They give us plenty of emotion there, but Hafiz is not riding badly. That's just excellent work from Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Yeah, he rode so beautifully yesterday. Hafiz acknowledged as much on the grid, and he wasn't able to get away from him. Just to see if Azroy can increase that pace. Azroy has the fastest lap so far.
Absolutely, 206.1. He won yesterday by 2.75 seconds. That means the setup of his Honda, not the team Honda, is just about perfect. And it means the others have got to react. It means Apiwat, he's got to stay on the bike firstly, but he's also got to react, and his team has got to react. But Hafiz Sharin's responded to being barged out of first place as Abe looks through into P3. Beautifully done by Kito Abe for SDG Hard Pro Honda Philippines.
And Apiwat lost 2 places then because Andy Farid came through as well. That could quickly change. This group behind is getting bigger.
Both BMWs now involved. Apiwat's gone back, lost a place there to Aslan Shah Kamruzaman and to Chip Nakarin, and possibly also to Zakwan Zaidi. He's won it back, but Zakwan and Chip Nakarin are there, and Adam Noradin's hanging on as well, bike 77. Whoa, what a scrum in the middle of the field.
Yeah, so a problem there for Apiwat. He's trying to recover now.
Abe lost P3, but he showed his intent there. Andy Farid's got it back, and Apiwat looks like he's recovered. Maybe you just lose your shape and you lose a half a second and you lose 3 places.
In this company, it doesn't take much. Andy Farid capitalised on that. So did Kito Abe, who's having another really good race. He's going to be a force when we get to his home race in round 3 at Motegi, that's for sure.
That's next for us. Super Circuit Motegi. Season runs through to December, 12 races in all. This is race number 4 of the campaign. At the front though, it is Azroy Hakim Anwar looking for back-to-back wins.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to shake the attention of Hafiz Sharin. Yesterday he got away, and Hafiz had that battle for second. He's clear of that at the moment.
They've got themselves a 1.5 second lead over Andy Farid in P3 and Abe in 4. And the BMWs are trying to make their impression on that battle for P3, but these two are looking very solid at the moment, 1/3 of the way through the race.
Ducati looking quite loose in a few places, but it's not troubling Hafiz. problem yesterday either, so I think even though the track temperatures are quite a bit hotter, 51 degrees compared to 44 yesterday. 44 is just about perfect. 51 is a bit too hot. Azroy looking cool at the front. What can Andy Farid do as we get past the 1/3 stage?
As that's the Suzuki of Adam Norodin.
That's disappointing. What a fantastic job he's done for Suzuki and the AMI team this weekend.
Shunts us away disconsolately. Now we approach the midway point. Dunlop always give us the tyre selections of the riders, the official tyre selections. And is there anything there, Barry, that's really caught your eye?
Yeah, Andy Farid's pace. That's it, into the 2:05. It's the only rider to do a 2:05. That was last time around. Yeah, they're running the same tyres as yesterday, despite the hotter conditions.
Happy what? Having an easier time than yesterday, but not a better time. He's down in P6 behind his teammates Aslan Shah and has Zakwan Zaidi and Chip Nacker in for company. Just look at those first 8 names. Azroy Hakim, Hafiz, Andy Farid, Kito Abe, Aslan Shah, Apiwat Wangtanaran, Zakwan Zaidi and Chip Nacker. And it's a who's who of motorbike racing in Asia.
Yeah, the quality is just fantastic, as you can see from the racing. SDG Honda of Kito Abe not being eclipsed or not being left behind by that rapid Astra Honda of Andy Farid Izdihar. Yeah, Kito Abe recording what he's going to be in the 2:05 this time, Des. So really good performance. He's been improving all weekend, Kito Abe.
The SDG team, of course, were the team that were behind last year's championship winner in the 1000cc Superbikes, Yuki Kuni, who's not riding this year. That doesn't mean it's anything less competitive.
No, Yuki Kuni scored a double here last year. So big shoes to fill, but Kito Abe is really making some great progress.
Midway point, Azroy goes through in the lead. 3/10 clear of Hafiz, Sharin, Andy Farid and Kito Abe. Right behind them, we've had an incident. Now then, is that Chip Nakaron or is that Zakwan?
I think it's Zakwan.
Fuming he is. He thinks he's been taken out. It is Zakwan Zaidi who slides out of contention. And the man who's in second place in the championship will lose second place.
So he wasn't looking comfortable during this race. Is that bike recoverable for the rest of the race? He's got to give it a go. But it's closing up a little bit at the front.
Azroy Hakim, his Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia teammate.
Yeah, Abe and Andy are lapping quicker than the riders in front of them. So this could build up to quite a climax to this ASB 1000 race. You can see it on your screen there, how that gap has closed up.
Well, it's less than a second, or it was less than a second at the last marker. Since then, Hafiz Sharon has put in a strong sector 2. Zakwan Zaidi.
Kito Abe went really wide then.
That incident at turn 1 is under investigation, the one that saw the end of Zakwan. I don't think it doesn't impact this front 4. Might have an impact though on the BMWs that Chip Nakarin and Zakwan were competing against.
Kito Abe's got his hands full now to try and catch up with this group. He's out of touch in terms of slipstream. A really good race from Hafiz Sharin on the JDT Ducati P2 yesterday. How much would he love to go one place better in front of the huge crowd of JDT fans that are here once again.
But he's got his Honda problem again. He was saying, surrounded by Hondas, and he's surrounded by Hondas again.
That's what you call a quality problem, Des. Very, very high quality in the case of Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Azroy Hakim leads the way, as he has. He lost his way a little bit on lap number 2. Got himself back into the lead in lap number 3 and has been leading ever since. Behind them in the distance, Kito Abe will maybe come into shot in P4 just as they come up the hill, but that gap is increasing. There's Abe. Now he is going backwards, and behind them the BMW of Aslan Shah, which means that Apiwa, his difficult weekend has continued.
Yeah, and Nakarin dropping a load of points as well, championship leader.
Well, in terms of the championship, this is brilliant. It opens it right up once again.
As we know, in the later stages of the race, the strongest rider on track is very often Andy Farid Izdihar.
The Astra Honda racing team. They've got their best engineers on hand to make sure that they are competitive, and they've closed right in. Hafiz. You can see the progress though on the Ducati. You can see he's slightly more controlled yesterday. He was in race mode yesterday, so once or twice the back end just gets away from you as you're racing and battling. Looks an awful lot more composed and controlled this time.
Yeah, sure does. And looking composed and increasingly fast is the rider behind that Ducati.
Nazrui Hakim, they're in the low 206s. Andy Farid, a 205.8 last time out, as was Kito Abe.
The lap time is going to drop off a little bit now. Oh, down goes. That's difficult.
Andy Farid
as Izdihar has gone down. Another error from the Indonesian.
Was that the same turn 1? Gosh. So, a little bit of respite for Hafiz Sharin. He doesn't have to worry about what's going on behind him. He can maybe focus on Azroy Hakim Anwar. But Zakwan went out on turn 1. Andy Farid's gone out early in the lap. And Kito Abe moves up into P3 on the SDJ Hark Pro.
Yeah, and a pretty much unchallenged podium if he holds it all together for the next 3.5 laps.
Chip Nakarin into P4, Aslan and Apiwak 5 and 6.
The rest led by Lachlan Epis.
Cameron Dunker in P9, Akito Haga on the Aprilia in 10, Joe Francis Victor Racing 38 seconds down in 11, Fahmi Abdul Wahab and Cho Yu Zhou in their little battle. We've had 3 high-profile exitees. Zakwan Zaidi, Adam Noradin, and now Andy Farid Izdihar.
I think all Hafiz can do is just keep the pressure on the race leader, for Hakim Anwar, because I don't think he's quite got the pace.
Consistent though.
Very consistent.
Right, 206s. He said he'd like to be in the low 205s. Hafiz Sharin, similar, high 206s.
Only 2 riders got into the high 205s, in fact. That was Kito and Andy Farid. It's a drama. Andy Farid going out, Zakwan Zaidi crashing. Steadier race for Nakarina Turkbupak this time. Hassan Shah not fading as so much as he did yesterday. In P6, looks like he's going to complete a race this time, which will be good track time for him. He's currently 10.5 seconds down. Asroy just edging out a bit more of a lead there. 2.5 laps remaining. Kito Abe just about in camera shot then. In P3, he is 3 seconds behind Hafiz. Kito Abe has got 2.5 seconds back to Nakarin. So, question is, can Hafiz do anything about Azroy in front?
That is the big question. Is he just prepping or is he holding on? Those lap times, they're virtually identical through Sector 1, 26.2s. Through Sector 2, 26.29, 128 for Hafiz. But he's not significantly closing that gap. Oh, but he just has to be careful that he's doesn't lose too much time, but he's got a nice lead. Right then, Zakwanzadi is back up on his bike. That's sensible. Pick up whatever points you possibly can.
Yeah, looks like 2 points at the moment. He could get another place before it's done. But we are, in boxing terms, into the championship rounds now. Laps remaining as they cross the line.
And then there were two. Azroy Hakim looking for this win double. Abe happily ahead of Chip Nakarin. Aslan Shah's beginning to make a slight move.
Yeah, the pace of the front two very similar, as you would expect. Pace dropping off for Quito and Nakarin behind them. Aslan Shah maintaining a good pace. Apiwat dropping quite a long way off now. 208.2 last time around.
Aslan Shah will try to get back on the tail end of Chip Nakarin. At the moment, Chip Nakarin is the championship leader. If Azroy wins this race, Azroy will become the new championship leader. But only by a single point from Chip Nakarin. And that depends whether Hafiz is able to get past him or not. If Hafiz wins, Hafiz becomes championship leader. We have got a very competitive superbikes this season on the Asia Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, this is one hell of a test for Azroy Hakim Anwar. To have a rider of the quality of Hafiz behind him on a bike that you can clearly see the quality now. That be for Ducati Panigale.
Let's not forget, Azroy Hakim only stepped up from 600s, and it is a big gap between the 6 and the 1000s. Wife looks on as no further action in the fight between Apiwat and the one that ended with Zakwanzadi tumbling. Zakwan didn't look particularly pleased. But now we're coming to the final lap, the final 5.5 kilometers. Hafiz Sharin, his long chase of Azroy Hakim Anwar. Is it going to be successful or not? Well, his teammates urging him to go, go, go.
As if it were needed. Hafiz knows what he needs to do.
So does Azroy, though, and Azroy hasn't looked in any stress whatsoever.
He's absorbed this pressure really, really well. I think he knows he's had the pace all weekend. He was a tenth quicker that time around than Hafiz. Hafiz doing everything he humanly can aboard that Ducati. Gap back to Quito Abe, just edging out a little bit, but that looks like a very safe podium for the young Japanese rider for SDG Harp Pro.
Bottom left of your picture, we've got the pit crews for you. That's the JDT pit crew in the black there on the wall. Again, they'll want to win, but they'll look at the progress that they've made, and they'll look at how little drama there's been on the JDT camp this weekend.
Yeah, the BPM, the aggregate BPM in the JDT pit will be a lot lower today than it was yesterday.
There's your championship standings. If it finishes like this, Azroy Hakim will be the new championship leader on 71 points at the third of the way through the championship standings. Chip Nakarin will be a point down. But let's not forget, the season ends in Thailand, in Buriram. And if Chip Nakarin is close, expect him to pick up big points. But this is Azroy Hakim territory. It's a little bit north for JDT. Azroy Hakim has just resisted the pressure from JDT. And Azroy Hakim is going to make it a 50-point weekend, providing he can just negotiate this final turn safely, which he can. just eases into it. And this will be back-to-back wins, 50 points in the weekend for Azroy Hakim Anwar, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, ahead of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing. Tears of pride for Azroy, and a genuine competitor in the championship standings as Kito Abe comes through in P3 and Chip Nakarin in P4.
Beautiful 50-point weekend against such amazing competition and such fierce competition, especially from JDT. Consistency, the pace, he had everything there. He didn't get pole position, but he did start from the front row, and looking emotional as he completes that double. Well, we named the Prince of Sepang earlier in the shape of Helmi Asman. Here is another one, being congratulated there by Aslan Shah and by Kita Abe, and they are dancing in pit lane in the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia pit, as well they might. The flag of Johor flies high on the back of the JDT Ducati. Congratulations there. He knew that the better man won on the day and pays due respect. And a nice little trip on the back wheel there for Azroy to celebrate.
Two guys who crashed out, Andy Farid Izdahar and Zakwan Zaidi, both picked up points which might be useful come the end of the season.
50 points for Azroy, 40 points for Hafiz this weekend. Zakwan Zaidi comes through to finish 14th, so 2 points for him.
Confirmation of the race victory for Azroy Hakim Anwar, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. I'm not going to call it comfortable, but it was controlled and very impressive from Azroy Hakim. Taking on Hafiz Sharin Abdullah from JDT Racing, the Ducati performing very well this weekend. Most controlled, I think we've seen it. Back-to-back P2s for him. Kito Abe for SDG Harkpro Honda Philippines, 5 seconds down in P3. Chip Nakarin for Honda Racing Thailand in 4. Aslan Shah on the first of the A1 Energy BMWs in P5. His teammate Apiwat Wongtananon at last getting himself some points on the board this season. He's had a difficult time. He had a P4 in Buriram, 2 DNFs, some points on the board again today. Lachlan Epis, well done, Savitar Team Asia. 34 seconds down, just edging out fellow Aussie Cameron Dunker. There's the Antipodean pride of Lachlan Epis ahead of Cameron Dunker. Akito Haga on the Aprilia, delighted to see the Aprilia on the grid. They come through in P9. Joe Francis, Victor Racing. Welcome back to Full Fitness, Joe. Hope you enjoyed yourself here. Hope to see you back on the ARC. Andy Farid, he hobbled his way back into P11 ahead of Fahmi Abdul Wahab for FGRT Project 1 in P12. Cho Yu Joe from Savitar in P13. Zakwan, those 2 points could be useful. Adam Noradin on the Suzuki sliding out, and no points for Adam Noradin.
But a great weekend nonetheless for Malaysia's Adam Noradin. Celebrations are just beginning meanwhile for the number 20, the winner, Azroy Hakim Anwar. The hugs, the back slaps, and the tears await him.
And the lead in the championship.
Yes, indeed. Hafiz acknowledges the huge group of supporters that have turned up for JDT. I think most of them were in pit lane during the pit walk earlier on. There he is. Absolute joy for the winner. That's it, get up on the seat.
The Honda's performed well. It's been a good weekend for that team. It's been a terrific weekend. You can't get any better than a 50-point weekend. The hugs are genuine. For JDT, satisfactory, quietly improving.
Yeah, that's the most sorted I think we've seen that Ducati. We've seen it fast before, but it really looks like it's in the kind of shape and setup that Hafiz Shirin needs. He's smiling. That would have been a bit of a frustrating chase for him, but I think he can be satisfied that he did everything he possibly could have done. Just acknowledging there the SDG team. So I think we are about to get some post-race comments from Daniel in Parc Fermé, as there's a big round of hugs for Azroy. Here is Daniel.
Kito, it was a brilliant charge from you at the start of the race. We thought you were in for the fight for the win, but somewhere in the middle we saw you fade for a bit, and then in the end you managed a fantastic podium finish. It was brilliant from you. Can you tell us what happened in that race?
Yeah, this race so very high temperature, and I cannot control the tire management. So in the front tire, so too hard, and I mistake 2 times, and I so big gap to front of 2. So I'm so not so happy. But this position is very important for all of our championship. So. Okay, next round, my country round, so I keep do my best. Thank you so much, and I want to say thank you my team and my family, my order sponsor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kito. Fantastic ride. And in P2, it's one of the Malaysians again. It's another P2, a double P2 for this weekend for Hafiz Shirin. There's another brilliant ride from Hafiz. Hafiz, a different situation from yesterday. Not too many challenging for the win, but we were waiting for that move, but it didn't come. But it still was a great ride from you. Can you tell us how the race went?
Wow, today race is much better than yesterday. I think it was more faster than yesterday. I'm not sure, but I try. But Azroy have a potential in the high-speed corner, especially in turn 3, when they pass me in turn 4. So also he ride very well. Congratulations to him. He still have a future more in the head, and but it's good fight. I really try, but nearly to crash few times in the first corner and also turn 9, and then we're missing a little bit in the high-speed corner, so that's why we probably lose the exit a little bit because we try to find the grip. But anyway, second position in home. 1-2 for Malaysia is an incredible result because last round was terrible for me and the team. But anyway, thank you very much to the team because they have been worked hard since Buriram until now. So this one also for all the fans that come here to support all the Malaysian riders, and we see you next round in Motegi. It's my favorite track and I try my best.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Congratulations, a great 2 races. And victorious once again, the rookie himself in ASB 1000's Azroy Hakim Anwar. Azroy just having a few handshakes there. Azroy, it was a brilliant 2 races from you. You managed the pace, you managed your tires, and you really held Hafiz behind there. We thought you were going to run away with it for a second there, but you just maintained your pace all the way through. Tell us about this race. How different was it from yesterday's?
Syukur Alhamdulillah. This is my first time double podium and double win, so I'm really happy for this. And thank you to my team for all their hard work. Without them, I can never be here. And also for the race, I just make my pace like yesterday, but today the weather was more hot, so I have to manage the tire well. But in the end, in the first part, I was behind, I think like 5 positions, 6, but then I tried to come back, and then after lead the race, I start to push the pace, but I don't know, something wrong with my tire or no. I only can maintain my pace there, and lap by lap, Apis was behind, I think. So maybe sometimes far, sometimes near, and that's when I know that my pace is strong there. So I just control my pace until last lap, and really happy for this, and we will do it again next race.
Can't wait to see it, Azroy. Big congratulations to you.
Highlights of the ASB 1000 race number 2 of the weekend. And early on, Hafiz Sharin, bike number 55, looking to get off to a good start, as was the BMW of Apiwat Wong Tananon. And the BMW looked like he was going to be performing a little bit better today, but didn't work out that way, Barry
They
Russell.
weren't able to maintain it. There was a bit of arging and barging into turn 1 between Hafiz and Apiwat, but after looking a little bit competitive, the BMW of Apiwat and the BMW of Aslan fell back. This was better from Kito Abe there on the SDG. You can see getting a bit out of shape at this stage with 9 laps left.
It was really competitive in the early to middle stages of this race. 4 genuinely competing. Andy Farid Izdahar making a move there. Kito Abe on bike number 39 for the SDG Hark Pro team. But it would fall away, and falling away literally was Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, tumble for Zakwan. We weren't sure whether he was going to get back on and finish the race. Later it became apparent that he did.
Then there were 3. Andy Farid Izdahar, again, as with yesterday, we thought he'd develop, but luckily he didn't get a kickback from the bike there. Andy, that's a mistake from him. And then there were 2 up at the front.
Yeah, and the question was, would Hafiz be able to run down the Honda in front of him?
And the answer was, no, he wouldn't.
No, this was a supremely confident, controlled performance under immense pressure from Azroy. A lot of self-belief there. Sometimes his luck hasn't always been the best, especially in the early stages of the season. But this time, his luck held out and his nerve held out.
Going into the final lap, they were urging the JDT racer on, Hafiz Sharin, but controlled was the word used in his post-race conference by Azroy Hakim Amwa. And this victory means it's a 50-point weekend. It also takes him to the top of the championship standings. Hafiz Sharin, a 40-point weekend. It keeps him 3rd in the championship standings. So these 2 will be competitors right the way through to the end of the season. But for Azroy Hakim, the Prince of Sepang, as we have crowned him, or one of the Princes of Sepang, he makes it back-to-back wins in this, his rookie season in the Superbikes. Hafiz Sharin, controlled from Hafiz, real control and real delight for Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Yeah, in the end, JDT were happy with that. And Hafiz, I thought, graciously acknowledged the performance of Azroy this weekend.
On to the final podium for the weekend. It's the end of 10 races. As always, we move on to Japan for the next round. We started the season in Bora. Japan is the home venue for Kito Abe. And so expect the Japanese to be strong there. And also expect Hafiz Sharin to be strong, because he just said it's his favourite track.
He did say that, and duly noted.
We'll keep an eye on that. So big things expected from JDT. But big things came from Azroy Hakim Amwa. Remembering this is his first season riding Superbikes. And as we reach the 1/3 of the way through the season mark, he is the championship leader by the enormous gap of 1 point.
Fantastic pace all weekend.
Malaysian national anthem, Negaraku. Well, he looks up to the heavens in gratitude. Probably can't believe that the step up to Superbike so quickly has produced such a fabulous result for him. Mr. Sujit Kumar, FIM Asia Vice President, to hand out the prizes to the top three. To Kita Abe.
In second place,
And also to Hafiz Shahin Abdullah.
Hafiz Shahin Abdullah.
And to your race winner.
And your race winner from Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, from Malaysia, Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Well, that is a very, very happy Azroy Hakim Anwar. Some weeks are fabulous, some weeks aren't. Enjoy them while they are. And the team award goes to Hakim's team, Azroy Hakim Anwar's team, Idemitsu Honda Racing. And that is handed out by Yoshihide Hirai, the Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Malaysia. Again, we give a big thank you and a big shout out to Idemitsu and to FIM Asia for their support, and to Dunlop and RCB and Indian Oil and KYT. All the sponsors help make this Asia Road Racing Championship the high-quality championship that it is. It's been running since 1996, and we're hoping that we'll be running for another 30 years.
Yes, we do. And hopefully the sponsors are all happy with what they've seen this weekend. Sponsors and partners, I should say.
How can they not be? Fabulous racing in all 5 categories.
10 fantastic races during this weekend.
Very quickly, your highlights of the weekend, Barry
My
Russell.
highlights. Well, let's go in reverse order. Let's start with the Princes of Sepang, the supreme performance just now of Azroy Hakim Anwar, and in the previous race from Helmi Asman, and also the emergence of Kip as well in that one. In 250s, we finally saw Kritapat come through as a winner in the 250 class, and then in underbones, Husni, 3 wins from 4 in underbones. That we thought was impossible, so that's really something to watch for the rest. And we saw the Spanish flag raised above the podium for the first time in ARRC for Luis Miguel in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. What a weekend.
Indeed it is. A single point at the top of the championship standings in the big bikes for the big boys for Azroy Hakim Anwar. We move on next to Japan for round 3, which will take us to the midpoint of the season. We started at Chang in Buram in April. You've just seen what happened in Sepang, the mobility resort Mateki in the first couple of weeks of July. Then we moved to the coastal town Mandalika on Lombok in Indonesia. To be confirmed, news is coming, but that definitely will take place in early October. And we finished the season at the Chang International Circuit in Thailand at the start of December. Well, it's been fabulous once again. The sun has shone, the rain largely stayed off. We've had competitive racing in all 5 categories, and I expect that to go through right the way through to the end of the season. From Barry Russell and myself, Des Corkill, and the team behind the scenes, from producer Arif and director Orbit, and all the camera guys slaving in the hot, hot sun out around the various parts of Sepang, and the audio guys, etc., and the graphics team behind the scenes. It's been our pleasure, and as always, a privilege to bring you the Asia Road Racing Championships, brought to you with Idemitsu and courtesy FIM from the Sepang International Circuit. We'll see you at the Mobility Resort in Japan in early July.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu.
Thank you.